Bonjour.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to the second day of our conference. It's a great pleasure to see you here. It's a day that's going to be dedicated to funding and finance. As we all know, this is a fundamental problem that we face. So we're going to look at funding from different angles. It's also today that we're going to have our awards ceremony, and we are happy to welcome a newly established association called Pixel, an association of producers and creators, very active association, so we'll be meeting them later on. Now, to begin with, first of all, two approaches, monetization and business models, with a subtitle which to this seminar, to this session, which was called "Let's Be Creative." Now I'm going to welcome our speakers for the morning who are going to come here up onto the stage. So let's welcome Fleur de Rose, head of content at Zoomin TV. Fleur, welcome. Arnaud Collinat, Agathe Films. Charles Ganem, CEO of Digiteca. Thomas Plessis from Dim Sum Entertainment. And to moderate all of these panelists, Benjamin Hoget. Just a couple of things before you begin, Benjamin. We've got a workshop being organized by SCAM. And in about an hour, we've got Pixen, which is going to sign the statutes of its association, and therefore you'll be able to go and meet them and see what they're doing this afternoon. All that remains for me to do is to wish you a fruitful debate. You can follow us on Twitter on #CVD. And of course, remember, the key thing today is to talk and exchange. Thank you very much, Bruno. Thank you again for being here this morning. We're going to be talking about monetization and business models. Generally, for cross-video days, we always try to look at things from different angles. We're working in a world which is very diverse. This is something we did yesterday with engagement. We looked at engagement from all sorts of different angles, same with virtual reality. And so it's my great pleasure to welcome here today four fantastic creators, content producers, who have a whole range of different business models. Now, before handing them the floor, I'd just like to point one thing out. Rest assured, this is an open discussion, and you are really encouraged to raise your hand and ask questions at any time during the debate. Whenever you want, you can interrupt the discussions and ask questions. Right, we're going to launch the discussion with a brief introduction of what projects are currently underway. So we're going to start with Arnaud, who is a co-producer of Agathe Film and ex Nihilo. So Arnaud, tell us a little bit about Agathe and as well the projects that you've developed or working on that I know are extremely varied in type. So I work at Agathe ex Nihilo, which is a production company that's been working for the past 2 decades. And I'm in charge of new media, going from web series to video games. Well, certainly those are the projects that we've worked on. What I wanted to speak to you today about from this monetization angle and business model angle were the following. For example, CamWeb. This is a program that was launched with Isabelle Joly and Dufresne. They work on Dailymotion and EcoZ, and they've launched their first season. And it's been taken up by France Télévisions for the third and fourth seasons. This was a major project for us because it helped us get into the web series niche and using MCN, using advertising revenue to raise funds. We've also worked on web documentaries such as The Living Night. This project, or this program, was funded by the CNC and Web TV. It was interesting from a business model point of view because even though it was produced as with a very tight budget, we had a lot of interest for distribution. Then Atsuki Robotics is a project on Arte, and you've probably seen the first 2 seasons of that. A part of their whole set of programs called Real Humans, and this is about online sales. You can buy the series Robots with an interactive part where you can actually clone yourself using a couple of algorithms, one based on facial recognition. So it's image editing, and they're going to merge several pictures. So the winner of this can win the result of the experiment. So a figurine that represents themselves, a clone. And we'll probably see something, we'll probably see this one a bit later on. It's been plagiarized by Channel 4 that has bought the rights for a remake, which is called New Generation. Then finally, something which I think was a landmark in our company's development was the production of the first Arte video game. It was edited and published, financed by a public TV channel. This game is called Typewriter. It's a video game which was distributed over Android and App Store, and it is a social experiment on Facebook. So we've been present in 124 countries, so very strong visibility. And we're working on a console version of the same game. Thank you very much, Renaud. We will be coming back to the business models in more detail for each of these projects, so don't worry. But I'd like to hand the floor now to Thomas, who's going to talk to us about Dim Sum Entertainment, which is a multi-channel network. Now, what is that when it's at home? It's more of a talent network, I would say. Well, that's the definition I prefer. Because contrary to a multi-channel network, which is more just a collection of existing channels, which already have their own life, we do the opposite. We go and search. We headhunt talent. For example, people who are present on the internet or who are actors, and together we work with these people to produce programs. We have taken this approach because we're looking at the long term. We want to help people, we want to discover people and help them grow, because obviously the digital entertainment is the way in, but it might then develop into something on radio or TV. I mean, the bottom line is that we are producers, and this is quite another important fact is we've set up a company with Yamedi, who is the former head of Les Guignols, which was quite an iconic program on Canal+. Together, we set up this company in order to discover these young, talented people. Then Dim Sum Entertainment last November announced that we managed to get some positive results very quickly. So we've brought together all of these talented people, but some people are just vigils in hotels, night vigils in hotels. Other people are professionals, professional writers, script writers, and that's what we're interested in. We're looking at people from very diverse backgrounds, and I think that's going to add to the pool of talent that we are nurturing. What we're also interested in is not necessarily to produce 50 videos per channel, but work with our team of talented people and work on a specific number of channels like Limit, which is working very well. And then working with these people because there's a real vibrancy, a lot of thought going into this work, a lot of effort going into these sketches. It's really quality work. And then in parallel to that, we've got a more serious so-called activity. I am a stakeholder in digital business use, and DBN is, I would say, a video channel site on the web. And it looks at everything to do on the new economy and entrepreneurship. Aside from that, just very briefly, we have an internet website, although we are present on the classic distribution channels. We have a strong partnership with YouTube. We also have Dim Sum Academy, and they are that's distributed, that broadcast exclusively on Daily Motion. And then, of course, we have a presence on mobiles. In France, so far there was no MCN talent network in France, and then obviously we knew that we had to branch into that niche. So you can find our videos on the app, and it's available on iOS and Android. Thank you for that. We'll look into more detail. We'll come back to talk about the detail of what you just mentioned there and the talent pool. Now, talking of multi-channel network, MCMs, I'm going to hand the floor now to Flore, who is the head of content at Zoomin TV and is a very active company. Can you give us a quick overview of what you do? Okay, Zoomin TV originally was an online video agency. It's been up and running for the past 15 years. We produce about 400 videos per day all around the world across a network of about 2,000 freelance video producers and about a dozen virtual desks set around different countries, and then we have virtual editorial desks for games and other types of content. So we find what would interest local audiences, and that means that we are working very locally in different markets. We're also capable of distributing one story that is of international interest in a couple of hours in 17 languages. That's the core of Zoomin TV. The headquarters are based in Amsterdam, but we do have offices a little bit around or in other countries around the world. I have a short video clip which gives you an idea of the inner workings of Zoomin TV. Oui, c'est super. Ouais, c'est très bien, c'est très bien. C'est parfait, c'est plus clair. Ouais, c'est ça, ouais. Très bien, c'est parfait, merci, très bonne idée.
Nella striscia di Gaza, in Palestina.
Einige Jugendliche haben so den Gebieten
pour pratiquer ce sport urbain.
Top of the morning to you,
laddies, my name is Jacksepticeye, and let's play another roller coaster in the Oculus Rift.
Are you a journalist or a camera guy?
I am journalist also.
So why are you holding the camera? You should have a camera.
Because my boss wants to meet you.
So he's low budget.
Eh ben, on y voit un peu plus clair, même.
That gives us a clearer idea of what's going on inside Zoom NT. Of course, one of its strengths is that it can distribute news very quickly around the world. And talking of that, I'm going to hand the floor to Charles. Can you just give us a brief overview of Digiteca without maybe going into too much detail, because it would take too much time now? Just briefly then, our work allows producers to distribute their videos on media websites. Whereas in general, most producers can distribute some of their work on TV, but mainly on Dailymotion and YouTube. Our profession, or our aim, is to make sure that producers can be seen on over 400 distributors like Paris Match, France Inter, The Parisien, Obs, Energy, 400 media websites, pure player websites, and your videos can be distributed on those channels. So we are the distributor hub for producer videos. So it not only gives visibility to producers, it also is an opportunity for producers to monetize their content. That's what Digiteca does. So I could go into more detail about what we do. For example, we work with ZoomIn. We distribute in the UK, in Spain, videos on media websites, but we could do that with other productions as well, other producers. And that, I think, is what we're going to be talking about today, is how we can give life to video outside Dailymotion and YouTube, and how to monetize that, because we're talking about financing content in order to increase revenue, thanks to media, thanks to distribution via these media channels, which obviously is an important part of the value chain. At the heart of our discussion on monetization, I think, lies distribution, which is something that has been a little bit lost on internet, and that's the notion of exclusivity and scarcity, which was the stronghold of TV and cinema. So for a producer, for example, in the room today, what tools would allow the producer maybe large producers like ZoomIn, or well, we've got AFP, Sony, Warner, BFM, RMC, France 24, Euro News, etc. We've got over 4,000 producers on our books, 1.6 million videos, and vast volumes of content. But our speciality, in addition to what the MCNs do, like Dailymotion and YouTube, our speciality is to say to producers, don't forget other distribution channels and the chance of monetizing your content on other channels. So we can offer you that greater visibility and increase your revenue. Okay, so you're aiming small and larger producers. Yeah, we've got a lot of small producers for whom we manage to get revenue, sometimes 3 or 4 times than on IPCM or on YouTube, for example. So how can a producer control the distribution of his work? So, for example, can a producer say, I don't want to be in such and such a country or on such and such a channel? Do they have some control over their distribution? This is a platform which is controlled by the producer. They have territorial rights, distribution rights on certain sites with white and black lists. For example, they're happy to manage their own distribution on the Parisien, but they want us to help us distribute on other networks. So it's entirely up to the producer to decide how their content is to be distributed. If they're working with Dailymotion or YouTube, then the videos will be distributed over those networks too. The basic principle is to allow the producer to set the parameters of his distribution catalog, and then it's our platform, our technology, which will ensure that these videos are given maximum exposure. And of course, allowing a good amount of monetization, producing good revenue. You have the Dim Sum Academy, which is a bit your iconic work channel, but then maybe your channel will gain in brand image. One of the specificities of Dim Sum, along with its talent network, how does that work with Dailymotion? Okay, well, the process was fairly simple. Dailymotion are people we were used to working with from before, and very quickly they said, well, we'd be interested in working with you on a channel where you've got sketches and other parodies. So they helped us at the beginning with some finance. A very straightforward approach. They basically buy content. Then we commit to distributing some of that content in exclusivity or exclusively on their channel. And then, since we are content producers, we are interested in continuing to produce content and making money in that way. So it wasn't a problem for us to be exclusive to Dailymotion for some of our content, even though some people said, well, you have less audiences, you get less audience hits on Dailymotion. But I think that it's something that's growing, and also it's qualitative. It's not because you've got 300 views of a video that it's not qualified. If these 300 views are decision makers or they're advertisers seeking to place their advertisements, then 300 views is more than enough. So that's our basic approach, our basic principle. We're also with Facebook. Our basic principle is that we're going to look for quality rather than quantity in terms of viewers. Okay, so Dailymotion, they're funding some of the production. Is that based on a more advertising revenue split? It's a bit of both. The first approach was they simply bought content. They bought our content. We keep the ownership of the rights on it, but they buy the content. And I think it's the same principle that whether you're working with brands or other distributors. Arnaud, what about you? You've been working with CamWeb, and I think they were contacted by Dailymotion, which I think was a step up in terms of professional exposure for that with CamWeb. Okay, with CamWeb, Isabelle and Adley came to meet us when Dailymotion had approached them to join Motion Maker, which symbolically is also very important because they are a major player on web distribution and they've decided to fund creativity. So obviously, as part of our business, in our business, it's one of the rare opportunities to do this. So when you're looking at finance, either producers or creators. So when Agli came to see us, they were looking for more classic funding of the audiovisual, so regional CNC funding. So we went to meet Dailymotion with them in order to see how their investment could be incorporated into this public audiovisual funding budget. And this program was one of the first to be funded by Dailymotion and benefit from a WebCosit, which is a CNC fund. It's rather a complex financial setup, but it's open to producers who produce a lot of TV content and web content, so it's called WebCosit. And through this structure, the authors were able to prolong this program. Obviously, there are less flexible models. The model that we work on is less flexible. We produce content and we fund them. But obviously, we're looking for alternatives because since all the producers try to create a margin from their initial production in order to fund the next project. So in this case, we didn't have this margin, but we did manage to safeguard our producers. And we acted as a kind of talent scout for these producers, which then was a springboard for them to work on other projects on cinema or TV. We produced 2 more seasons with Dailymotion, 3 seasons in all with Dailymotion. At the end of the 2nd season, we'd managed to build an audience with Cosette and Dailymotion. So why Cosette? Well, because through Cosette, we managed to target a specific audience, and it's on that basis that we were able to build the program community which added value to the project. And then France Télévisions, through Studio 4.0, they then joined the program to giving a little bit extra finance to better pay the authors and the producers, which then produced this proverbial margin, which allowed us to then fund the next step. The Dailymotion input is a bit like a down payment, and then we split the revenues between Dailymotion and ourselves. Now, when France Television came into the deal, it became a little bit complex because it's not necessarily sure what they do, or it's less clear what they do with advertising revenue. But because the program was already there and Dailymotion was already in the funding part of the program, France Television accepted the advertising division from Dailymotion to manage that part because they were already dealing with that side of things. I see. Right. Thank you very much. I think we're going to come back to this idea of digital going onto television and then authors being able to produce on different platforms. I think, Thomas, just as much as Arnaud, you have experience in that field. But Flore, tell me, how is it possible to produce 400 videos in so many different countries? Who pays for these videos? Who generates, or how do you generate revenue for Zoom and TV?
Comment on produit 400?
Well, how can we produce 400 videos a day? We have dozens of editorial desks, and each of them is commanding or in charge of a network of freelance video makers. We also have those editorial teams who are doing the pre-production and this on a daily basis. We are having a very intense exchange with other editorial desks, and many contents come from other countries, may have 10 exclusive items each day, 5 of which may be adapted to an international audience. How do we market it? I listened to your comments about the business models. We are sharing revenues with various partners such as Digiteka and other websites. These are given websites with a daily amount of 15 videos in 17 different languages from many different countries that are distributed. So this is the model of revenue sharing. Plus, at the moment, we are increasingly moving towards exclusive productions dedicated to a given platform. You may have a certain website eager to get a given program or a show. this allows us to have higher budgets in the framework of those exclusive production projects. And we also have mixed patterns. On the one hand, we can have the so-called cherry picking, which means that the price per video is always the same. Plus, we also discuss with broadcasters and TV channels with even higher budgets in that case. And of course, we benefit from that. Added to this, we have an advertising branded content department. We are working together with major brands, and we also organize live events that gather also revenue. So we are working on various fields, and we hold the largest multi-channel network in Europe. Zoom In Channel is a mix of all those departments with all their specific expertise areas. And in the end, we, I think, have tried or experienced any possible model. So according to the type of content, you need to look at the adapted platform, the adapted model, and so on. Okay, so you may have common features, but a major characteristic is this very diverse dimension, diverse contents, diverse places, territories, diverse various languages. Yesterday we listened to the presentation given by DAY2, which has a setting enabling you to translate and circulate videos in a collaborative way, crowdsourced way. I guess that at Zoom In, this is very important to distribute. We don't like the word translation. We do not translate. You don't translate. You adapt those videos. Yes, we adapt them. We do not translate. It is very important for us not to.
McDonald's. Donc on veut vraiment un produit local.
We do not want to create an American sourcing. We want to come up with a local product that is addressing the local market. We want to have native speakers and editorial content managers who can decide and say whether this is going to be operating on the French market or not. We have a question from the audience. Do we have a microphone? Thank you very much, Bruno. Then Michael will take the floor because he might have many things to say to tell us. Good morning. My question. Are your editorial desks organized vertically according to the kind of content, sports, regional, and so on, or are these local regional desks? Answer, both. Thank you for the question. Michael Smoljans from DAY2.
Discussions all quite fascinating. One thing I've never heard from any of you, what are the CPMs? What is the range of CPMs that you're getting across all of your wonderful hundreds of billions of views? What kind of CPMs? I primarily hear Daily Motion, obviously the largest French distributor. What kind of revenue shares do you have among syndication partners and producers and your company? How does that work? Because this is all about monetization, and I haven't heard anything about how much money you're talking about. Dollars, is it 50-cent CPM, $30 CPMs? And then what kind of revenue shares are you talking about? And obviously, I'd love to talk to you about the languages, because agencies always prefer to have their clients produce local content in local languages.
Yeah, that's what we do, yeah.
But at the end of the day, that's significantly more expensive. So
that's significantly?
More expensive.
No, not if you do it in an efficient way.
No, I understand. Yeah, okay.
So just to answer the question on the languages, we have all the different desks are all native speakers. They're all based in Amsterdam. So each country, each region is represented by an editorial desk in Amsterdam. They are in touch with their remote desk in the country where they distribute for. So they maintain a close feel with the country and the local content because they are in touch with their own network of video journalists on the spot. And because everything passes through Amsterdam and there's the central desk, we have the operations ready to have one story, what we call localized. We don't translate it, we localize it to the different 16 other languages. And we have operations that do that very, very fast. So that's also a way to cover breaking news from different angles quickly. For example, with the disaster of German wings, we had simultaneously people sending footage from Spain, from France, and from Düsseldorf. And they were locally, like in the Spanish feed. Obviously, there were first the Spanish videos coming in, as also in the French feed. First the French came in. But in the end, within 2 hours, we had all these items in all these languages localized. And what I mean with localized is that if there's an item on German wings with a French soundbite, we will make sure that we have a Spanish one for the Spanish audience or a German one for the German feed. So we try to kind of really re-edit sometimes the video. We don't want a McDonald's. We don't want the same thing for everyone. We really want to adapt that. So we give a lot of independence on each desk.
Merci Flore, je repasse en français et je vais répondre continuer sur la première question de...
Coming back to Michael's first question. First of all, Thomas, using Dailymotion or other platforms, Dailymotion is not the only player here. How could you give us a figure of the CPM? I won't provide you those figures because we have a contract, but you need to bear in mind the idea of exclusive rights. Dailymotion today is buying this exclusivity. The CPM logic is well known. We know more or less how much YouTube pays for the videos. We won't hear any new figure here. We know that for Dailymotion, the rates are a bit higher. The CPM is a bit more interesting because the advertising videos are played entirely, and we see here a more traditional approach. And this is what you said, Vincent, earlier on. The way in which we monetize our contents is similar to a rather traditional model, because we then ask the major channels whether they're interested or not, then we fund it, we produce. For the production, we may also add some support funds from CNC, and therefore we see that for the general public content, CPM is interesting because we have larger hit rates, but if you look at exclusive distributions, then this is not that relevant anymore. Based solely on the CPM, we would not generate any money today. We gain our revenue from the exclusive approach and brand production, brand content. We will discuss again this brand content, but I would like to have a Charles' reaction on that point. Yes, I agree on what did say. You can have an exclusive production and therefore CPM is not relevant, but this is only the case of a very small amount of productions. On the web, you have tons and dozens of contents produced on a daily basis, and very few of them are distributed exclusively. Exclusive distribution requires genuinely exclusive content, such as the World Cup last year. Only 3 companies could broadcast the World Cup, 2 of them on the web last year, YouTube and TF1. And in that case, they would pay a few million euros in order to acquire those contents. These are exceptional events and exceptional contents. 99% of all web content do not fit in exclusive distribution patterns. We need to try to get the broadest broadcasting model. We need platforms enabling us to manage various business models, to talk to broadcasters, media broadcasters, MCN, YouTube, Dailymotion. We need to have a manifold broadcasting channels. To me, the golden rule on the internet is that if your video is not viewed, another video will be viewed. The web user who is landing on a website will necessarily watch one video, be it your video or another one. So we need to circulate to have a distribution that is as broad as possible. Each country has its own features. In the UK and in the Netherlands, the prices are a little bit higher than in France. In Mexico, they are not too bad. And we think that regarding the CPM, you have €4 per 1,000 distributed videos, which is €4 per 1,000 videos distributed, and all the ads are paid for. Even if the person doesn't watch the ad and skips it, you get the money on your video. And this is how we manage to come up with high CPM prices. Revenue sharing, 40% for the producer, 40% for the broadcaster or distributor, and 20% for Digiteka, who's a hosting, streaming, monetizing, and so on. So we, in the end, have this price of €4. YouTube has €1 per 1,000 views, and Dailymotion's CPM is a very little bit higher.
You allocate for ad sales, cost of ad sales, 20 or 30%?
According to the countries, it changes. In France, it's 30%. In Spain, it's 30%. In all the in the UK, in the US, it's it's 20%. In Mexico, it's 30%. It depends on the rules on the country. Each country has a different rule.
Flore, tu avais une réaction sur le sujet?
Non,
Flo, would you like to react on this? I agree on the fact that at the moment we are experiencing a development. Budgets are moving from one place to another, and web users also move from one place to another. So we need to be creative. We need to look at the content and to find the best fitting business model. So we try to be creative and to incorporate different models. Arnaud, you told us that with CamWeb, you started with a rather traditional business model to fund your content. We are now looking at direct monetization, and as you said, you are broadcast in 164 countries. How do you manage to distribute mobile app given the high competition? We know that we have 300 hours per minute. Typewriter, how can you achieve such a broad distribution coverage? Well, regarding Typewriter and CamWeb, we do not want to have a streamed program. These are exclusive original contents. This also applies to Typewriter, which is an independent game, quite different to the existing games on the market. It is not a freemium game. You need to buy it for €2.69. And together with Multipix and Arte, which are our distributors, we've been working on the content distribution. Even though these are creative pieces of work, but also regarding real humans and a typewriter, we wanted to achieve a better exposure. You already mentioned the dozens and tons of content available on the digital. On the digital field, how can you achieve broader, higher exposure? We have been working on this in order to develop marketing asset and a marketing speech, enabling us to sell this game to those platforms and not only to the app stores. We wanted to sell this not as much as a product, but rather in its quality of as an event. Together with Arte, we have developed this editorial dimension, but we see at the moment at Arte there is no service available, and therefore we reached a Multipix, which is distributing mobile games and applications in Europe. Our product was interesting to them because it was different to their catalog, which is rather targeting the general public. And since the very first beta versions, we worked together with the France, Europe, and US agent. We were lucky that we had various websites, such as a Fast Company in the US and other trend-setting websites, who said that our game was the Final Fantasy, which obviously is set in a humorous way, and then we were targeting the higher professional categories that are interested in design and so on. This project was partly funded by a TV channel, Arte, which made it easier for us to get some advertising on TV, on air. This was an advantage to us compared to Apple because it is an exception for a video game to have an exposure on TV, on air. I think that our experience together with the editorial power and label of Arte resulted into a promising experience which was interesting for Apple and for their brand strategy. This is how we were displayed on any booth in the world and on the homepage, together with Katy Berry. Interestingly enough, we had been working with a sixth person together for 1 year, and after that we were displayed together with Katy Berry and another major Photoshop event. We were the first, ranking first in the sales in France before Angry Birds and Star Wars in France. And we got a tweet message from Apple. We could not use our phone in the entire evening because Apple did retweet our game application saying, if you're fond of typo and design, please get and discover this new program. They have 2,800,000 followers, so this kind of advertising is absolutely huge. 250 apps are released each week, each year. Very few of them are coming from France, and I think it's the same as an award at the Cannes Film Festival. It only happens once. Only once, and this is thanks to Apple, and we never had any written document contract or anything hinting at the fact that we were going to gain exposure on their Apple store. And we were, on that day, looking at the App Store, and we saw our game in the first place, and we were all very much emotioned by this. How many downloads? More than 200,000 downloads on mobile, which is a high figure for an independent premium game, but remains a rather low figure compared to blockbusters and American games. This is not our market segment, so we wanted to be creative, but also to have a very practical perspective. Typewriter meant that we were setting a brand, and then we were licensing using such platforms as Steam for PC, Mac, and Amazon. We have been granting licenses, and we are using those licenses. We were broadcast via Hubble Bundle, which is a bundle selling hub for games, for example, Arcade City. And users buy this group or this bundle of games, set a price, and then they share the various games amongst the users according to their preferences. In that case, we had 200 added purchases thanks to this hub, to those bundles. When broadcasting a video game, mobile is always the last item because on mobile the purchase price is the lowest. If you're for PC or Mac use, you have a 4 to 6 or 10 euros, which might pose a problem in terms of distribution. But since we're targeting innovation, the public services, and want those games to be accessible to as many people, to the largest amount of people, we had some very volatile prices. Half of the game is available free of charge on the website of Arte, and this did not damage the sales. This was rather a form of encouraging incentive in order to foster and push the content. We are now dealing with mobile issues. I know you're going to talk about this concerning typewriter. All of you recently have been experiencing a few developments on the mobile. Charles, you're going to tell us a bit more about this. What was your aim? Well, with our technology, we wanted, in an automatic way, to be able to broadcast videos on the website. So we were first analyzing the video, then the person's profile, and then we would offer a given content. If the person is reading news articles, then the first video offered will be related to the event. If the user is interested in humor videos or sports or movies, then on the second or on the third place, we will push other videos rather matching to those preferences. And here we gain visibility. The content is today viewed on the smartphone. So the technology was adapted to smartphones. We were already there working together with many applications, L'Obs, Télé7 Jours, Télérama, Grazia, Télésanté. And we have high consumption rate on mobile. Of course, the consumption is higher when the people are connected to a Wi-Fi network. Video monetization via mobile is really operating very well today. We can sell pre-roll ads and this way have achieved a good content monetization on the web. With the same CPM rates? Yes, or even higher rates. Because the ad results via mobile are really high. A few figures: the advertisers want to get everything when they broadcast an ad. The hit rate is 4 times higher via mobile than on the web. So this might have an impact on the prices, and we think that in the future we might get very positive, favorable business models on mobile. And this is the reason why it's interesting to be anywhere, anytime, everywhere. This is the reason why we have specific contracts with Dailymotion, TF1 or Arte.
Oui.
Moving on to mobiles, just to come back to what you said earlier on, I didn't understand something. You were talking about Google saying that they paid a 1 per 1,000, Dailymotion a bit more, and you are saying you pay 4 per 1,000 on average. Okay, to be specific, about 250 and 6, and the average for a producer is about 4 for 1,000. And where are you on the range? Because you do pretty much the same thing as Google and Dailymotion, so how do you manage to offer that kind of rate? Well, it's easy. Go on YouTube. They have massive volumes. So very often your video won't be will be seen without advertising. On our site, it's not possible, or at least we'll do as much as possible to make sure that it's not that possible. So we have technologies, techniques, which allow us to increase the ad viewing rate. And on YouTube, a large majority of ads are skippable after a few seconds. With ours, it's skippable sometimes, but only after 10, 15 seconds. And even if it is skipped, the producer is paid. So when you add all of these factors together, and of course, because we're going via media sites, so you've got higher CPM. So all of those factors brought together means that we have an overall higher average. This isn't data that we have. This is data that comes back from the producers with whom we work. And I'm talking about iCPM, because YouTube might sell you for an ad for 10 or 6,000, but 4% of your videos won't have any advertising on them. So I'm really talking about the number of times that the video is going to be broadcast. So of these 4, that's the producer share. So that's after we've taken our commission and we've paid the producer. This is the net to the producer. 4 is net to the producer. Okay. Another question, Michael.
About video pre-roll in advertising. The conference is basically content producers producing content for sale, but when you're having ad videos on pre-roll, how are you able to finance the creation of video ads in multiple languages before people know what kind of volume and viewing they're going to have? Do you view that from a different perspective in terms of video content creation for an ad as opposed to for the content itself?
I'm sorry, I didn't understand the question. Maybe you did?
I think you refer to, je pense que j'ai compris le...
All right, I think I understood the question. The problem with the pre-rolls with all ads before videos that have to be in different languages, and how can you calculate where you're going to broadcast the videos depending on language and subject, etc. Is that right?
Where you are, and also according to the language of your browser, you will have a different content that will be adapted to your language and to your country. So if you are connected, if you are watching the videos from Mexico, you will have videos in Spanish, but from the area where you come from. And all the ads that will be streamed will come from ad networks coming from this country. And actually, even from ad networks, we also work with Zoom in sometimes overseas in Latin America, where they are quite present.
I think what's maybe you heard of real-time bidding platforms, which is like where videos are offered and distribution platforms are looking for to sell their pre-roll spaces. And there's also a technology that will kind of automatically...
It's all automatic.
Pour reprendre la thématique du mobile...
Okay, coming back to mobiles. Flore, at Zoom In, you have apps for video. You've got also apps for real time. What benefit do you draw from those apps at Zoom In? For the moment, it's all free. But as Arno pointed out, mobile presence is essential. So we've got a news app, we've got a live app, and you can download them for free. Because for the moment, we're not looking for revenue. You basically get funding from the content, but not even with that. It's not for all videos. For us, it's important because as Zoom produces all of this exclusive content, it's all in-house production. It's really important to have these apps out there and have our proprietary apps that help us brand our image. Okay, so for the moment, you're basically trying to get exposure. Is it the same with Dim Sum and its app, or do you get revenue from it? The Dim Sum app, apart from distributing content and making it available on all kinds of platforms, we were talking about the iTunes App Store. You need to have a bit of a marketing approach. For example, having your logo on the App Store is per se good for content. Because when you see the Dim Sum or the Zoom In logo on the App Store, that's branding. And it's good for users as well to see that. So yes, our primary concern was to build an app to distribute Dim Sum content without having to go via third-party app. But obviously, as well, in addition to that, the more we are seen on the apps, the better it is for our content. Antoine Clément, editor. A piece of information and a question for Flor. What Charles said indirectly is that the editor's CPM, or the gross or net CPM, is between 12 or 18 or 20 euros. So there's a larger share in the model. In terms of web video, this is a little bit of a disaster then. So a question for Flor. What do you think of Bash News? Vice News. I like it a lot. Vice News focuses mainly on documentaries looking on the war on drugs or other illegal activity, although it is moving on a little bit and they are broadening their scope of coverage. But we do keep an eye on what they're doing. We do watch what they do. Vice News works really in a very different way than we do. They have a completely different business model as well. They're built on a different business model. So from that point of view, it's not really comparable to Zoom In TV and how it works. But yeah, and I find it fascinating. Does that answer your question? Thank you. Katerina. Hi. 2 questions. One for Charles and one for Arno. Charles, in the case of DigiTeco, you have your own video players who are embedded on the partner media websites, or is it the DigiTeco advertising department or the partner one? It's our own player. Okay. Why is it the reason we use our player, because if we use our own player, then we can guarantee the producer all the statistics that come out of that. So our player on the platform will count how many videos are broadcast for every site, for every app, and also will track all the advertising. By controlling the player, then we have access to all the data that the producer needs to be reassured on the distribution and monetization of his content or their content. Okay, so it's your own advertising division? Well, as with Zoom In, we use different business models. So, for example, you've got a large media group. They've got their own advertising. If they want to monetize first, then they can. And we then guarantee producer revenue with backfilling, as was mentioned earlier on, with technologies that can maximize the filling time, the ad fill time. So sometimes you've got producers who are broadcasting their ad as a priority on their website. So for example, M6, one of our producers, they've got a right to have a first hand on the ad that goes on. And this is true as well for other producers who have a strong advertising element, and they then can have a guaranteed minimum revenue for the CPM. On other websites, our advertising department, they sell very well with good CPMs of between 12 to 20 per thousand, with ad commission which goes to the one who sold the advertising, so either to Digiteca or another producer, or maybe another department. Yeah, all the models are possible. Okay, that's quite interesting that you distinguish between the lightened model with MCN as opposed to timeout and other premium content. So now that you've worked with both types, is there one business model that comes out as more profitable than another, or are you tempted to go more to a cloud type model? I would say my main concern is to secure the down finance, the forward finance of our work. So what we're attempting to do, as I said before, is to create this production margin, because that's how the TV market works. When you've got typewriter or that kind of application, and we're working on other premium apps, it's a model that is closer to cinema. So we're trying to protect the producer margin because we know there's a market. The trouble with creative content or digital content, or at least the way we do, is that we have unique idiosyncratic content which is quite different to what's going to be produced by YouTubers. And in that case, we are working more on a premium mindset and trying to secure the forward revenue. And the problem with this model today is when we manage to sell a program to a channel with a known script writer, a known producer, then we encounter distribution problems, because even though TV are distributing on the internet, they don't understand that they're not working on the same paradigm anymore. They're a media, they're not a channel anymore. And sometimes the contracts can go up to 5 years, which obviously thwarts later revenues. So then there is a conflict. But then we're in a difficulty because, for example, they see exclusivity as more important than anything else. So they have quality content. That only works if you've got the same marketing tools as a Dailymotion or a YouTube. So exclusiveness is not something to be banned, but I think it has to be accompanied by real marketing efforts for the digital platforms, whether it be for online distribution or through an app like a typewriter. And that's why with typewriter, we worked with a third-party producer. With a streamed, you've got tutorials and trailers. And there was a lot of interest from cinema studios, like Fox and Warner, who said, oh, well done. You've discovered a new way of talking about our trailers and showing our teasers. And we didn't actually see that as being a source of revenue. It was just a remix of other digital content. And then we discovered that, oh, maybe there's a new business model here, because what we were selling was the format. And this, I think, as producers and content creators, is something we have to bear in mind, is that there are some formats that have more value than others. With Real Humans, for example, what we did for Arte, this was taken up by Channel 4 for the promotion of Real Humans adaptation. But Channel 4 doesn't actually hold the rights of this digital tool. They are owned by Ex Nihilo. Now, obviously, if the tool is used, it's of value as a marketing tool and interactive experience. But the IP wasn't monetized in this case. So Arte sold the rights to Channel 4, or Channel 4 just took it. Arte was a co-producer of the last season of Real Humans. They bought distribution in France. So we worked on this with Arte to produce the programs, and then, for example, we're talking about business models. It's impossible to have a business model unless we've got a legal framework. And I think that when we're talking about formats, with Real Humans, for example, we had a Dutch proposal for distribution who wanted to use the format for distribution of DVD content. And Arte asked for the format, so we offered them for 5,000 euros, but they chose to do PLV in the end. So it's their choice. But what's important to remember in this is that today, when we sort of condemn digital formats as not having a business model. But the thing is that right now there are no contracts, and channels don't have these contractual frameworks that allow them to monetize some of this new content. Okay, I agree with you on the question of exclusivity. Indeed, when we had the idea of Digitech a few years ago, the exclusivity problem was that sometimes the people will get your videos without having rights to them. It's too easy to download a video on internet, put it in a player, and then redistribute on your own website. So then you have to go hunting. You have to go scouting, and you need legal experts to go and trawl the internet to find that. But we don't think the internet is about that. So I think it's better to distribute the content, make it available to everybody, but in a player that we control, coming back to what was said earlier on. And then we say to the distributor, you don't have to steal this content that was produced that costs money. Look, here, I'm giving it to you. You've got advertising with it, but you're either going to win revenue from it. I've got my own share of the revenue, and you can get revenue from it as well. The problem with contractual exclusivity, it shuts content off for a number of years. Whereas instead we could give this content to a second life on YouTube, on our networks. Or even with Zoom-in, who could use an extract and incorporate into a video and redistribute it. So there's a real business and legal problem, but also a pirating problem that I think we have to resolve by using non-exclusivity. Right. We've come to the end of our discussions. Flor, do you have a comment to make? Piracy is a real problem. At Zoom-in TV, we're often encountering situations where the clips appear on TV. There's just no way of tracking and tracing this. Right. For those who wanted to question, I'm very sorry. We've come to the end of our panel discussion. Oh, it's not a question. Yeah, very quickly, because we've come to the end of our discussion. Just for 13 years, I was a lawyer. Now I work in the digital market, and I think it might be interesting to sit down and talk about the legal issues involved and the legal framework that might be required in order to resolve the problem that you just mentioned. Okay, We've got further discussions on legal aspects and financing of digital content. So I'd like to thank now our panelists. It was an extremely interesting discussion, very diverse points of view. Your experience has been a valuable input to this discussion. And then we're going to move on to the keynote speech by Charles Ganem, who will talk about the different advantages of this form of content distribution. Charles, you have the floor.
Rebonjour alors. Rebonjour. Merci. Merci à Bruno qui.
Thanks very much, Bruno. Thank you very much across Video Days who've given us the opportunity to offer a solution to producers who may not know Digiteca yet, and show them the solutions that we can offer them for large and small producers. Okay, well, what's a small producer? Well, you've got some producers who have more means and other producers who have less means. Digiteca in France is present in France, Spain, Mexico, and we are the top distributor on media sites in terms of volume. But we're also present in the UK, in the US, and a few other countries. These other countries are currently developing very quickly. What's our profession? What we do is we try to add to articles and web pages and mobile apps with premium videos. We don't make amateur video. We only have professional videos. And this is done automatically thanks to contextualization through a platform that we will talk about. So you've got AFP, French TV, and Universal that can be broadcast on internet, mobiles, or other. So you can broadcast your videos on Facebook, YouTube, Twitter, etc., or on a TV channel if you've got a contract with Arte, for example, or TF1, which, having said that, is quite rare. With Digiteca, broadcasting can be done on 400 sites in France and around the world. So you've got access to a whole bunch of media sites that are a real platform for exposing your content around the world. The Digiteca platform hosts videos. They are then syndicated and distributed over different networks. So, for example, if it's on the social networks, you've got Facebook, YouTube, and Twitter, and you will be able to see all the volume of your broadcastings over a specific territory or channel. And then there is a possibility of monetizing the video content and their broadcast. So Digiteca helps you monetize your videos via websites, and you can do this. But you can either have control, or it's Digiteca that does it. So as you can see here, we've got 4,000 premium video producers. We've got film, women's fashion, lifestyle, sport. We cover all sorts of content. We've got, in terms of news, you've got AFP, M6, French 24, BFM. But we've also got smaller producers such as Six Media, who's not so small anymore. And we work very closely with them. In fact, we even give them ideas saying, there's such and such a subject, go and produce something on that. It's going to be a good source of revenue. We can also offer advice to producers on the types of topics that are most in demand by editors. So we have 400 distributor partners in France: Energy, Orange, IB, the Parisien, Paris Match, JDD, Marie Claire, etc. Over 200 international distributors: CNN, Belfast Telegraph, Telequid, 20 Minutes in Spain, you can see all of the whole list of partners on our website. So 1.2 million premium videos already on the platform, and all of these videos are professional videos. And then we've got 18 topics, over 600 videos delivered every day, and then are redistributed automatically across the network. So how does it work? This is the interesting bit. It's a automatic contextualization technology. On every site, on every website, there's a little bit of code. When you arrive on a web page, it's going to analyze the content of the page, and it's going to pair that up with our video database and post a video which corresponds to the topic. And then the following videos will match the web surfer's profile. In September, although we're still in the beta version, we'll also have a third-party content in second and third position, which generates a lot of hits. And I would say that that's going to be an opportunity to increase visibility and raise revenues for producers. The video is incorporated automatically on the web page, and it's all done in real time. It takes less than half a second to do all of this. So you arrive on a web page, you don't even see the transition. We've analyzed the content, found the right video, and the content is being broadcast. So it's seamless.
This is operating on the internet, via mobile, any kind of device, and this is a 100% free of charge pattern. Using the platform is free of cost for the producers as long as they agree on having the advertising displayed on their content. If they want a free of ad website, then they have to pay. Digiteka is paying for all cost, hosting, distribution, video broadcasting on the network, and marketing. The right holder perceives payment per distribution, payment per view. We have 2 until 5 euro for the producers, and we have a real-time monitoring setup enabling you to follow it in real time to see which content is being more valued. The operational model is rather simple. We first sign up a contract. After that, you add your videos. You can do it on your own, or this can be automated. Then you add some metadata. This is crucial, vital, because this leads to a better ranking of your video on the website. Then the distribution, they are automatically monetized. The statistic data are available, and after that you get an invoice from us, call from us, and then you invoice it, and we pay in the usual terms. A few examples on Gradia, on the Challenge video channel, and other websites use our technology today in order to generate some fully video channels. We see it at Science Avenue, Lopes, and ITV. France Info, you see the example in the middle of the picture. You see here on the right side the video in the second ranking, that's the way I call it. Mobile use, we see an increasing audience on mobile applications, and this is probably going to get even higher during the summer. We have also on short format a very strong growth. You saw on Snapshot, the mobile production proves that it's interesting to consider it, and vertically shot videos shot via mobile may be interesting. You should produce them for the mobile. Bruno is here in the room, and he's producer of the event Mobile Film Festival. He is aware of that, well aware of that. Those videos shot by your mobile phone are viewed 8 times more when these are vertically framed than when these are landscape framed. So we should, I think, target the production for mobile and have a dedicated mobile production strategy. The audience is rather numerous. You will, in the latest rankings, see first YouTube, then Dailymotion, Facebook, and Digiteca is right behind Facebook. So on Mediametry, we saw that the audience is a tiny little bit lower than the one on Facebook, but using only professional videos. We're not using user-generated or amateur videos. Thank you very much. Thank you. Please keep it short. Charles, we will take a few questions from the room, from the audience. Good morning. Brieux de Goussancourt. I'm an author, a director of a web series. And what do you mean by professional videos? Who is deciding upon the professional or non-professional status of a video? We are not judging those videos. An amateur video, in my view, these are cute cat videos, ice bucket challenge, and all those kinds of productions, which I call non-professional videos, because you're right. On the internet, the limit is blurred. And web series is not user-generated content, in my opinion, because people have thought about it, and there is a content production, even though the video has been filmed using a mobile phone. This is, to me, different from user-generated content. Are you already broadcasting, distributing web series? Yes, a few of them using a multi-channel network called Few Berries. You might know it. They distribute a few web series for us. My question here, I have a question here. Please introduce yourself so that everybody gets a chance to get to know you. Frédéric Balègue. I have a production company producing internationally, and I have two questions. First, Red Bull. Is it a possible candidate content producer to your system, or would you reject them? Red Bull, everybody asked us this question, and many times we were asked to distribute their content. And this is here the frontier, the limit, differentiation between the content and advertising. If you have Bongeng Park, who is jumping, of course we will distribute the video, because Red Bull is only the sponsor. But if we are talking about a video displaying events organized by Red Bull with Red Bull banners everywhere, it is not interesting to us, because this is only advertising. We might distribute it, but it won't be pushed on the editor websites, because we're dealing here with a video brand content, and the distributor wants to get money for that. So if Red Bull is a sponsor of the event, which is interesting from the editorial point of view for the broadcaster, yes, we can distribute the video and then we can get some payment for the producer. But if the main objective is to promote the brand, then we won't go into it. But this frontier, this differentiation is constantly blurred and is even thinner at the moment. Yes, that's true. And the internet users, web users, do not get fooled, and they don't want to watch advertisement video without payment for that. Second question. After broadcasting all those videos, you have a huge catalog of non-up-to-date product, non-fresh product. How could you use them? Fisher Stock or Brut-Getty do this. We are not selling them. You are the producer, you're selling the content. We are only distributing loan and right to distribute. We cannot use it, we cannot sell it to third parties. Some platforms do this, but this is not our trade. We want to bring in the largest content monetization and largest possible distribution. Good morning, Emmanuel Georges, Super Rouge producteur. I'm producing a concert video shooting, and we're directly contracting with the majors and the artists, and there is one major difficulty. All programs distributed via any kind of a platform or channel are being hijacked, pirated, and distributed via YouTube, and even cut in segments. So this is a genuine legal challenge to us. Would you provide a solution to us if we were working with you before even broadcasting live on air? And if we had those programs on your player, you could then be in charge of securing this. No, our solution doesn't prevent piracy and protect you from piracy. We cannot guarantee that. But together with Sunny, we've been consulting, advising them for many years and telling them that sending a letter is not a useful means to combat piracy. We don't want to enter into a war, to start a war. We rather tell the people that we give them our players. If they want, they can use them on their website, on our website. Anyone can use it, and this will be monetized, and you will gain revenue from that. This is the virtual circle we are offering to the producers because we know that it is impossible to combat piracy. You should rather use a reward, promise revenues. But of course, if those people do the monetization on their own, then we are unhappy with that because they cannot gain 100% of the generated revenue. If we tell them, I give you the content, push it, use it, spread it on your Facebook and Twitter accounts, share it, this is working. 75% of all musical websites, Skyrock, Energy, Orange Music, and so on, are together with us because this is a positive model, virtuous model. At the moment, there is a legal gap because this relationship between artist, producer, broadcaster is so that the artists are not necessarily willing to give away their rights for unlimited distribution for an unlimited period of time. This is not our business. You give us a contract. We write in the contract that you set the rules, that you secure the entire situation, and that you are the one person to talk to. We cannot be responsible for the entire legal chain. If we get a catalog, those people guarantee to us that this is a clean catalog. As a right holder, as a producer, you can guarantee the distributor that the content you are giving, that you hold the right on this content. Yes, of course, for sure. Last question. For Charles. Good morning. These are so-called professionally produced contents. Do you have other criteria in terms of a format, GTA, language, duration? Well, we have a preference criteria. We know that short formats are better than long ones, that it's interesting to cut a content in various segments to achieve a higher diversity, and also depending on the topics, the amount of available content will vary. Having various languages is of interest. English, French, and Spanish. We're not working with the German language, and this is not perspective to us, but we see that an increasing number of producers try to bring in translations. Zoom in don't proceed this way, and I think rightly so, but various languages is in itself interesting and enables you to lower the production costs. Well, I know how fascinating Charles is, and he's been together with us for 2 years. I'm very happy with that. I've been following his solution, his product, for many years, together also with the Media Lab Festival. It is a very efficient solution. Continue further asking questions to him. Please get back to him. I need to interrupt here the discussion. We'll meet here again in 20 minutes for the pitch session, and Charles remains available for any question and any discussion together with you. Thank you very much.
And then the tears back, climbing up the coast like that. Tangerine on ice in the backseat. Do a roll it top down, ready to fly on the street. Going in my locking in the twisted cap, and then the tears back, climbing up the coast like that. Tangerine on ice in the backseat. Do a roll it top down, ready to fly on the street. Ready to fly on the street.
I walked up, all you called was the shade on my hat, on my face. My words are unpaid for the strain on my ways. Chains engraved in my physical days, in physical ways. I get physical strength from my individual ways. Meanwhile, I'm not fulfilled. This feeling should not be still. Rewind time and rewrite lines, but it can't serve you to feel. Docile if you so will, fragile, then you go downhill. Making one forget in time, not time to be refilled. They say if you snooze, you lose. When I spend my days confused, it's because I blaze all day, unfaith and that's on news. If it's new to you, this is Yara, rap and the blues. Don't be used to it. Running mascara, I refuse. Closed doors prevent outsiders from you and but struggling alone makes it tougher pursuing dreams. But it seems all I get are sleepless nights, nightmares about losing loved ones and losing fights. Bluebirds flew over the fields of sorrow as I left the scene in the dreams, watching the soul swallow. Left you for more, left the room hollow. Many will fall, a lot more will follow. You take drugs to save your mind. You take wine to forget about time. You create a world of your own, where the truth will never be known. I work when the word seems to play, and I hate to play when the word seems to work my way. I say I work hard every day that I play my way. Now, hear what I say, hear what I say. Makes it all seem hopeless, like impending cancellation. The locks will open, son, to continue determination. Restless infection destroys spiritual vaccination, and I will head for my destination. I stand alone at the crossroads of death, inhale the breath of lost souls to left, in and out of consciousness. Drinking wine reminds me of what honest is, making me wonder where the hell the logic is. We all lost, we all tossed, and lost cause. Fight between ourselves, relieve ourselves, and then we all fall through the walls, through it all. Who we are, no denying that I fought for ourselves and all. The bluebird flew over the fields of sorrow as I left the scene in the dreams, watching the soul swallow. Left you for more, left the room hollow. Many will fall, a lot more will follow. You take drugs to save your mind. You take wine to forget about time. You create a world of your own, where the truth will never be known. The bluebird flew over the fields of sorrow as I left the scene in the dreams, watching the soul swallow. Left you for more, left the room hollow. Many will fall, a lot more will follow. The bluebird flew over the fields of sorrow as I left the scene in the dreams, watching the soul swallow. Left you for more, left the room hollow. Many will fall, a lot more will follow. The bluebird flew over the fields of sorrow as I left the scene in the dreams, watching the soul swallow. Left you for more, left the room hollow. Many will fall, a lot more will follow. The bluebird flew over the fields of sorrow as I left the scene in the dreams, watching the soul swallow. Left you for more, left the room hollow. Many will fall, a lot more will follow. Many will fall, a lot more will follow. Follow will fall, a lot more will follow. Follow will fall, a lot more will follow. Follow will fall, a lot more will follow.
Crippled by my failures and the ache I left behind. Back to old forgotten places. I remember names and faces. Crippled by my failures and the ache I left behind. Back to old forgotten places. I remember names and faces. recall the love you gave me. Is it strong enough to save me? Crippled by my failures and the ache I left behind. Back to old forgotten places. I remember names and faces flashing through my mind. I recall the love you gave me. Is it strong enough to save me? Getting tired of being just a loser on the run. Standing here, I put myself inside the county line. Shaking at the doorsteps of this life I left behind. Standing here, I put myself inside the county line. Shaking at the doorsteps of this life I left behind. Standing here, I put myself shaking at the doorsteps of this life I left behind. Crippled by my failures. Crippled by my crippled by my failures. Failures.
smile when I think back on how our world was created in 7 days. Day 1, the first call, started it all. Your voice left me no choice but to pursue, nervous at the thought of meeting you. I left the outcome to chance. Day 2, come that first glance. Day 3, the first dance. Day 4, the belly flutters. Day 5, the soft sweet as apple butter kisses. Day 6, this is crazy, the way he makes me feel, girl. Day 7, my world is yours. Whose world is this? It's his. Do you remember the sweet surrender? Do you remember that sweet surrender? Yeah, you better.
I can recall it all. You and I being taken over. Although strangers, it was like deja vu. The way you talk, I'm in you. The way you walk, I know I'm in you. Close power, I inquire. Had to get next to your core. Or entire mind, soul, physical fire. I can't deny my senses, something that was meant to be. My searching urge, never knowing ID. Then you crossed the Atlantic seas, and eventually the love found me.
In our favor, the balance tipped as we turned and twisted our way into love, leaping deep within the deliverance sex and sin bring. Our sin was more like my religion as we wrote revisions to the definition of passion. Then baby come from night flights inside fancy and fantasy. Now we a family, so we life, love, and devotion pledged. Then we life, love, and devotion dread. Our days of thunder put asunder by our forget of the best times spent. I don't know where our love went. I don't know where our love went. Where our love went. Where our love went. Where our love went. Where our love went.
I still feel waves of sensation. I came with seed and you with creation. Conceived our beautiful connection. Replace desire with attention. 3 years pass awake with life. The fourth survives off a good year 5. The kid's 6 when we start to fight. The 7th year's tears took it to the limit. We attain polarity position. Time explores the you and me hidden. We don't hear and we don't listen. And now we're lost, 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 now we're lost.
All right, we got some problems. So how we gonna solve them?
Well, let's keep it simple.
But our life is complex.
But just as long as we connect.
So we can move towards the next.
Just so we can move towards the future.
But the future is us.
Trust me, it's us. In a circle.
Man, woman, and child.
The nucleus.
The beginning. Take it back to the beginning.
Why did I fight this feeling all alone? There is no sense, let nonsense lead us on. I've tasted, but this flavor is too strong, and I'm gonna have to leave and let you go. But I don't know. I don't know. Dreams on the way to bring the promise of a new day. Black is the night, black is all I see. Some starry lights are shining. Black is the night, black is all I see. Black is the night, black is all I see. Some starry lights are shining. Black is the night, black is all I see. Black is the night, black is all I see. Some starry lights, let's shine on you and me. Oh, baby, 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 baby. Black is the night, black is all I see. Oh, let the starry light shine. Ooh, oh, black is the night, black is all I see. Some starry light.
This is how the game is supposed to be. I got the guts of a nigga doing burglaries. Cool like I'm cutting up a surgery. BA for the niggas that ain't heard of me. Put the Henny up and put your money down. Scared money gets took, there's more to go around. Fools are shook from when they hear the bass pound. Didn't know BA was getting down with the sound. Money is something that I got to get, so I gotta keep it hot from the intro. Shay came over and she brought the endo. Plus 2 Dutchies she got from the sit-go. Y'all know what time it is. BA ain't really on no violent shit. Just really wanna vibe and shit. Lay back, listen to my rhyme and shit. R12.
We're going all out, and we can't fail. Throw it out, never be in doubt. This is R12.
R12.
We're going all out, and we can't fail. Throw it out, never be in doubt. This is R12.
R12.
We're going all out, and we can't fail. Throw it out, never be in doubt. This is R12.
R12.
We're going all out, and we can't fail. Throw it out, never be in doubt. This is R12.
R12 pay double when you off in the field. Niggas is mad cause rap money's buying my meals. I ain't gotta hate, just stating how I feel. Y'all don't understand the work that it took to get the deal. Better ready up, the dice is finna roll. Blood flowing through my veins is ice cold. Bet the mother load that you see these whack. Took your shit back, showing disgust with these tracks. Niggas make an album and hang on 2 songs. 2 that's okay, 10 that's so wrong. Rhyming off beat the tracks that's too long. My dirty dozen, they bang like King Kong. This is R12, my ship is coming in. Punk money stay to the side, it can't win. Put it all down on 2 dice to spin. When it looks like money, I breaks out the grin. R12.
We're going all out, and we can't fail. Throw it out, never be in doubt. This is R12.
R12.
We're going all out, and we can't fail. Throw it out, never be in doubt. This is R12.
R12.
We're going all out, and we can't fail. Throw it out, never be in doubt. This is R12.
R12.
We're going all out, and we can't fail. Throw it out, never be in doubt. This is R12.
R12.
We're going all out, and we can't fail. Throw it out, never be in doubt. This is R12.
just how the game is supposed to be. I got the guts of a nigga doing burglaries. Cool like I'm cutting up a surgery. BA for the niggas that ain't heard of me. Put the Henny up and put your money down. Scared money gets took, there's more to go around. Fools are shook from when they hear the bass pound. Didn't know BA was getting down with the sound. Money is something that I got to get, so I gotta keep it hot from the intro. Shay came over and she brought the endo. Plus 2 Dutchies she got from the sit-go. Y'all know what time it is. BA ain't really on no violent shit. Just really wanna vibe and shit. Lay back, listen to my rhyme and shit. R12.
We're going all out, and we can't fail. Throw it out, never be in doubt. This is R12.
R12.
We're going all out, and we can't fail. Throw it out, never be in doubt. This is R12.
R12.
We're going all out, and we can't fail. Throw it out, never be in doubt. This is R12.
R12.
We're going all out, and we can't fail. Throw it out, never be in doubt. This is R12.
R12 pay double when you off in the field. Niggas is mad cause rap money's buying my meals. I ain't gotta hate, just stating how I feel. Y'all don't understand the work that it took to get the deal. Better ready up, the dice is finna roll. Blood flowing through my veins is ice cold. Bet the mother load that you see these whack. Took your shit back, showing disgust with these tracks. Niggas make an album and hang on 2 songs. 2 that's okay, 10 that's so wrong. Rhyming off beat the tracks that's too long. My dirty dozen, they bang like King Kong. This is R12, my ship is coming in. Punk money stay to the side, it can't win. Put it all down on 2 dice to spin. When it looks like money, I breaks out the grin. R12.
We're going all out, and we can't fail. Throw it out, never be in doubt. This is R12.
R12.
We're going all out, and we can't fail. Throw it out, never be in doubt. This is R12.
R12.
We're going all out, and we can't fail. Throw it out, never be in doubt. This is R12.
R12.
We're going all out, and we can't fail. Throw it out, never be in doubt. This is R12.
R12.
We're going all out, and we can't fail. Throw it out, never be in doubt. This is R12.
R12.
We're going all out, and we can't fail. Throw it out, never be in doubt. This is R12.
R12.
We're going all out, and we can't fail. Throw it out, never be in doubt. This is R12.
R12.
We're going all out, and we can't fail. Throw it out, never be in doubt. This is R12. Made it the hard way. He 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 made it the hard way.
I brought you something close to me, left with something new. See through your hair, you haunt my dreams. There's nothing to do but believe. Just believe. Just breathe. Another day. Just believe. Another day.
Rebonjour, très heureux de vous retrouver sur cette scène.
Welcome back. It is a pleasure to see you here today. For the end of the morning, we'll have exciting times, at least this is my personal opinion. First, we'll be welcoming David Dufresne. He will tell us about his experience and provide us with a case study of Fort McMoney. We will then have the second pitch session at the heart of the Cross Video Days. We have the content creators and their creations and works. David Dufresne is coming on the stage. Good morning, David. How are you? Fine, excellent. We've been here for 2 days. It's the first year. We're very happy about that and very happy about you being our patron. What are your feedbacks? Could you meet people over those 2 days? Yeah, I had the opportunity to meet many people. Salespersons, producers, authors, but also old friends I hadn't met for many years who come from the freeware industry. I was very touched as I met Alexandre Brachet, who was the genuine patron, and here talking to us about the schooling law, the law on the education. I'm very pleased to see that we're talking about cinema, about movies, about Alfred Hitchcock and Hervé Bazin. 2 problems, in my view. The cafe, there are too many people, I couldn't get a coffee. You should have asked me as a patron. This is what I'm doing, so I need a coffee. And second, those booths from the scam, those deck chairs from the scam, I don't understand the point here. Do I have to lay down on my right as a right holder? Yeah, we had two deck chairs, and we saw that yesterday SACD took part in a debate, and today we have a second one. This debate on those deck chairs are very pleasant because it's the summer and there is no subtext, there is no underlying meaning added to that. These are our beloved partners, and I am very happy to hear that you had the opportunity to meet many people. Fort McMoney was probably one of the major events this year, and it is our great pleasure to have you presenting to us in person your feedback and your experience on this. Thank you. Thank you very much. I'd like to get this coffee. Good morning. Fort McMoney means 2.5 years of my life, 2.5 years of work for a larger team. My presentation is originally intended to last 1.5 hours. I'll try to shorten it a bit. If you have a question, feel free to ask after the presentation. At the very beginning, we have a story, because you need a story. Without a story, you will only produce technology. Technology is not pushing, is not expressing stories, in my view. A story has, in line with Hitchcock's view, to remain at the heart of the project. The project is in Fort McMoney in Alberta and Canada. It is the 3rd largest oil basin in the world, and it used to be a very fast-spreading city, as it was in North America in the last 200 years, as it has been. There was an incredible growth. And over 3 winters, together with Philippe Pro, we have been shooting with a temperature of minus 30 degrees Celsius, and this choice was motivated by aesthetical and cinema and movie-related reasons, because we refer to the Coen brothers, Fargo, The Old Man. We will have to look for the next reference. And you have to know that a human being is far more robust and resistant than the Canon camera. So we could endure the cold in a much better way. Oil, I use it, we use it, every one of us uses it. We breathe oil, we think oil. And traveling there, I wanted to question our dependency, our addiction on and to this finite resource. I then went to the National Film Office in Canada, ONF, and they told me that they had a problem called green tiredness, which means that books, movies, and narratives dedicated to environmental issues are not successful, do not meet their audiences. And this is why I told them that I wanted to start a game, a documentary game, because, I'm sorry, I have to drink. Because this oil issue is fundamental, and we might, using a game, challenge this green fatigue. We are all grown-up people, but maybe we forget that, but the game is a very strong didactic level. And using the game, we can tackle the real life and talk about it. So we decided to replicate a SimCity in real life. So I am going to take off, I can tell you. So we will reuse this SimCity, the concept of a game born in the 1980s, consisting in building a city, being the mayor of the city, and managing this city. So this is what we offered. You will become a member of this existing city, Fort McMurray, which we will transform into a virtual city called Fort McMoney. We would like to question democracy. Can democracy be dissolved within oil? Because this is probably our future nightmare. When you go to the fitness club, this is a total one, and the entire city is held by the oil companies and by those brands, Total, Shell, and others. And I have to say that my CO2 level is really horrible since I've been working on this project. I'm using lots of oil. I try to be fast, therefore I do not mention what you see on the slides. 2 years of work, 60 days of shooting, filming, and so on. You will then have a look at a demo, 2 minutes and 30 seconds, telling you about the mechanism that we've been setting up. And then I will tell you how we manage this.
World's Edge. Fort McMurray, an area the size of Florida, larger than Hungary. You are embarking on a documentary game in which everything is real. The places, the events, the characters. The choices you will make will determine your experience and will affect the other players in the game. You're in a campground on the outskirts of Fort McMurray. This is where your experience truly begins. Talk to the occupants. Search everywhere, in front of you, on the ground. Click on the clues. Don't miss anything.
We'll leave that one there. We'll just leave it there. I used to be a produce manager until my alcohol got the best of me. And I like landscaping outside. I go to Ontario in the summer sometimes, landscaping. But I haven't this past summer because my rent is too expensive to leave this place. So I stayed here all summer. Syncoot and Suncor, they do a good job, but they help a lot out. I hear they could pay more taxes, but they sure help a lot of the town out, though.
Your mission? To visit Fort McMurray, measure what's at stake, vote on referendums, and debate with other players, and find a way to achieve the impossible, to get into the heart of the oil mines. Have a good trip. It's your turn to play.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much.
Donc, comme tout n'est que remix et clin d'œil à ce qui vous a précédé.
This is everything is a remix and a hint at what we saw previously. Here you see, for example, a hint at SimCity. I mean the original one, the 1989 version with a very fantastic graphic design. 1989, two events: the fall of the Berlin Wall and SimCity. Well. While moving through the documentary, you are winning points. If you skip a video, you don't win the points. So you can move faster, but you don't earn points. If you want to win points, then you have to explore the city as much as possible, which will lead you to votes and decisions to make concerning the characters. This collective experience will enable you, all the players in the entire world, to transform, to change the city. Initially we had 3 episodes, now we only have actually the 3 of them. In the last 20 years, video game industry has really been able to take revenge on linear content. There has been a revolution in grammar, syntax, and structure of games. As a documentary maker, this is an interesting grammar to use. Another syntax, another grammar that has been turned upside down in the recent years is the one of a series from Scandinavian countries, from Swedish countries. We have seen that they really brought a U-turn and turned the writing techniques upside down. We have various examples of this, which brings us to many gathering moments and collective times. We have first the social, second the economic, and third the social, the environmental dimension. My friend could not understand my project, and this is why one day, using chalk on a big walk, I drew the path, a possible path through the first week. All the players first arrive on the camping site, a camping ground which is right at the entrance of the city. And here you have 3 options leading you to hundreds of other possible ways. So nobody has the same path, nobody has the same options, the same characters, the same possibility, nobody sees the same places, nobody collects the same clues. Second week is following the same pattern. This is 100% non-linear content, and the last week we were very tired, and we thought that you as a viewer, as a user, would be tired too. So this is a shorter week which is easier and more of a linear path, because in the end everybody had to find a common exit in order to generate a debate amongst the users. The player's position, we are talking about players, and they have multiple perspectives and points of view. You can be in the shoes of the viewer who would, similar to the GTA game, is visiting or exploring this city. If you want to engage in discussions, if you want to vote, if you want to take on temporary missions and challenges, if you want to share the program. In other words, if you want to move from the 90 to the 9 to the 1% of users category, you have this option. Each web user may behave in a different way. You can be a merely lean-back viewer and stay for a very short period of time, spend a few times on the game, or you can stay for like 8 hours. And if you do so, I will be more than happy, and my producers will give you a hug, because we want to have as many people as possible to enter the story and to take part in this story. The viewer's position is changing in our project, as well as the director's position. We started a system with a game master who further directs the movie in another way. When the game is online, after 2 years of work, we thought that it was over. Same as when you're broadcasting a movie on RT or FTV, you think that it's over. You're very sad, you have a kind of baby blues, and all those who are authors or directors in the room know what I mean. To us, this is the opposite. When it's online, this is the very onset, the day when everything starts. You engage or open up this possibility for the players to express their feedback. This is something we've been arranging and directing, orchestrating as a game master in order to support the player, help them moving forwards, and discuss together.
Excusez-moi.
So that was Game Master. On this slide, you can see the internal workings. It shows how we worked. So we went and reconnaissanced the area. We found some homeless people who were working for the petrol industry and were then homeless and were living in the street. We went up to Montreal, and we were wondering whether what we had filmed was suitable, and how could we engage the user, how could they feel that they were in the city, i.e. calculating the distance for filming people. So there was a lot of work to do with prototyping, including the actual shooting. So for example, with interviews, were we going to film them for very close? And the answer was that we filmed them very close, so that because the screen that they were going to be screened on was going to be very small, and so we wanted to see all the expressions. And then with the game design, we were assisted by Florent Morin and Olivier Morcon, 2 French people, and Guillaume Perrault, a Canadian. And we explored a number of ideas. With traditional games, for example, you can talk with the characters, and we wanted to incorporate the same thing in our video. And then it was a question of whether we were going to do this alone, whether it was going to be a multiplayer. We ended up deciding for multiplayer format. And then the most interesting question was, who's going to be the voice of the game? Who's talking? So it can be the person, it can be the director, it can be the person making the documentary, and sometimes it's somebody else. And in this case, we chose the player's voice. And it was a great experience, because I put myself in your shoes. Because if I can't put myself in your shoes, then it's not going to work. If I don't understand what you want, then it's not going to work. So we chose another option. We took an idea from video games. The narrator in For McMoney, it's the game. So we don't go and ask you. We don't say you're a reporter. We don't say you're who. You are in the city, and the game is playing alongside you. In Tintin, as you know, it's Tintin who's of interest to us. We don't care that he's a journalist or not. So, as I said before, 2 years of making, and I wanted to tell you the mess that I brought these people into. It was 2 years of hard work, and I want the FMC and the CNC think about the creator and the scenario. And they should know that before a producer, I mean, the question is, should an author be alone in carrying the project before a producer gets involved? So that's the timeline that we worked on. So we submitted the project to the CNC, one of the and for whom we have a wonderful representative who will be with us this afternoon. And we were very fortunate with the CNC because we immediately got to a stage of development which helped us move on to the experimental stage, and Katerina is going to talk about that. And then we spent time between shooting on site and then prototyping, which was done in Montreal. And then at one stage, I skipped a stage, an important stage in the previous slide. In July, we finally reached the Holy Grail. We got the ENF and Arte's approval, and that's when production really began. And then from there, we were toing and froing for shooting for McMoney and the designers. And so we tried to work with the constraints imposed by the two filming teams. Yesterday, when we were talking about audience engagement, I said 1 year prior to the engagement of the supporters was to make sure that we had an audience to talk to, a player audience, and that was obviously key. So we built partnerships with media titles in different countries. Coming back to Alexandre Brochet was saying yesterday, we need local partners. You need local partners. It's not enough to have an English program in Paris in order to interest Canadian buyers. Promotion has to be done locally in each country. What we tried to do was set up an innovative partnership. So petrol for food, content for audience. It's a playoff that doesn't exist anymore. That was 5 years ago. You need the media to buy in, either financially or editorially. And so that's what we tried to achieve. I'm going very quickly now because we don't have much time. Global Med, Radio Canada, all of these media partners, they played the For McMoney game so that they could write about it in their articles, in their columns. The one that didn't work was Le Monde. They didn't live up to their word. They behaved in a way they've been behaving for the past few years, where they just said, we'd just distribute the story, but we're not going to write anything about it. So they didn't write about the fact that it was innovative. They didn't. Whereas in Germany and in Canada, other countries, they worked for 2-3 months. They wrote innovative articles, fresh articles, and we've relaunched a partnership with Libération, and they did an 8-page pullout on fossil energy, and that was using McMoney, and I think that that's intelligent journalism. Okay, in terms of money, as you can see, there was $860 million, $1,000. And as I said before, we had $270,000, $471,000, and at the time, so with these public institutions, such as Arte, So without their support, based on political decisions, none of this would have existed. We had a meeting in the room next door on the uncertainty of this business. But one thing I want to point out is that public services does have a role to play and helps us move forward. And why does it do it? Well, it's because that's what they're supposed to do. Okay, so that was about the budget. I have 7 minutes, 44 seconds left. We had over 500,000 players between the moment it started and April. So we've had more figures because a new phase has been launched with Libération. So over 500,000 players, over 500,000 visits. And then we've got a small group of hardcore players who've played several times, have tried all the different scenarios, etc. They've played the game to its full capacity. And so, as we know, TV always talks about age groups and audience profiles. How many housewives of between the age of X and X have I got watching? Why for a production team, there are some key moments in the production process, and that is how audiences identify with your work, own the work, and then turn it into something else. So we've got a team of designers who were very impatient, and one of these people launched a whole set of tweets. So we had some blog users who, and all of these people were were posting on Twitter how they played the game and their feelings. Then there was a job posting and site advertising the fact that you can make money by playing Fort McMurray. So you've got people from the actual city who protested against the position that we took in the game. And but that's the purpose of what I do, is to stimulate debate. So you can offer data about a problem and offer opportunities to resolve the problem or overcome the problem. So a group of people set up a Twitter account called Hack McMoney. Now, if they're in the room, I have to say to them, well done. I take my hat off to them, but I must say they were a pain in the neck because we discovered a number of bugs in the game because of that. However, we have a priest who's there, and every Sunday, and answering questions during the sermon on McMoney. So every week he would protest against our work, saying every week that Jesus had no problem with money. So that's quite an interesting insight into our work. And then another input was a singer who was at the time on a crusade against shale sand, tar sands. And then they were invited to come and visit the site. However, the greatest success, I would say, the greatest victory we won was somebody who on Twitter drew their own map with the characters and the city. And if you look at it carefully, it's practically the same map that I had drawn on my own thought board, on my own whiteboard. So people at Arte, I don't know if they're in the room now, You know, on TV we talk about millions, so it's better if you've got 500,000, for example, it's better to say 500,000. Sounds better. So when I'm talking about R&D, I'm not talking about laboratories anymore. However, I do think we're still researching and development, and researching development means that we can fail. And what I think the problem is in our profession is that people try to do things perfectly without seeking failure. Sometimes failure is the mother of success, but today, unfortunately, being a failure is somewhat of a luxury. Right, so there you've got the map that was hand-drawn by one of the players. Okay, and then the media moguls, how did they react? Okay, TV doesn't feed or doesn't support the internet. For the past few years, when something on the internet is successful, it comes onto TV. Arte recently asked us to produce a film, so I accepted. But I said, not like last time with Prison Valley. This time we're going to make a real film. So that means we're going on location and we're going to tell another story. So the film was broadcast about a month ago. It's a film where my brother, Philippe Bourreau, my comrade in arms, who always works with me, he knows how to warm cameras up with his hands, and we filmed on location. So we returned to the location and we observed what the film, or how the film had influenced a number of people, how people had identified, felt about the film. It's a little bit like a farewell, and it's a thanks, sort of a gesture of thanks to the team. And we tried to do what oil companies don't do, i.e. we tried to mend or put back what we took out. I was then contacted to take part in a book, a short publication which is going to come out in April. Nancy Brookson is a writer in France, but from Alberta, and Noël Miquelin. There are other books and writings about this town and what it represents. So I have 49 seconds left. It's the first time I've finished ahead of time. If there are any questions, I can take any questions. Thank you very much, first of all. Thank you very much. It's at times like this that I find that there is a lot of injustice in what I do, because I could sit and listen to you for much longer. What I suggest is we take a few questions from the floor, and we'll take a little bit of time from the lunch break, which is a lot less interesting than what you have to say. Now, if there are any questions, and I'm sure there are many questions from the audience, so 2 or 3 questions from the audience. First of all, hi. I just wanted to have your audience shares between Canadian and French audience of the 450,000 people who watched the video, and the share in the audience for the 25,000 hardcore players. What was the breakdown per country in the audiences? Okay, I don't have the figures to hand. What I do know, in terms of French-speaking audiences, there were more French-speaking people. What I do know about is the debate, and that's quite odd, because my Quebec producers said, why do you want to do this? That's a really typical French idea. And I insisted, and I said, no, this is at the heart of my project. And I must say that the Germans debated a little bit, the Canadians a little more, and the French hugely. That shows that audiences don't identify in the same way to the same object. What I can say again, what I believe, is that this is the first time that we've got an Arte France web documentary that has generated so much interest in Germany. Now, there's a reason for that, because the environment in Germany is at the top of many people's list in terms of concerns. David, you have to be pretty quick with your answers. Okay, 2 more quick questions. Hi. Well done for this project and the presentation. I just wanted to know what's happening with the documentary today. Can we still play? Are there? I mean, I've seen that it's not Flash compatible, so I can't get it on my iPhone. What's online? What's available now online? Right now, at 3 a.m., I was sending emails again. We've still got some buds. We've gone from 3 to 6 week cycles. There is a monthly reinstallment, but we've got a bug, and we are trying to put Flash back on. And it has a sort of like, it's refreshed every 3 weeks, and it's on torrent and on Arte. Right, well, thank you very much again. Thank you for being with us again this year, and really well done. Congratulations for all this hard work. We're going to move straight on now to the second pitch session, and which is going to commence in a very short minutes.
Alors.
So, again, this is a crucial moment to us. We are highlighting the projects. This is what we want to do, and this has to be the asset, the quality of those girls' video days. Thank you very much. To all of you, the first project is called Bougarache. You probably have heard of this very small French village in the lost in the middle of the mountains, which was supposed to be the end of the world. And a few years later, we had those guys who went back there and wanted to develop a project. Bougarache, Surviving the Apocalypse. Nanook Film is the production company. Sergi Cameron and Arnaud Giffreux will tell us about this project.
Bonjour, nous venons de Nanook Film.
Good morning. We come from Barcelona. Our company is Nanook Film. Arnaud is the producer. I am Sergi, the project director. I speak a very poor French, so we are going to talk in English.
It's in Bougarache. Bougarache is a little village in the south of France. It's a village with 200 inhabitants. And otherwise, the Mayan civilization predicts the end of the world on 21 December 2012. And they say that that will be a chosen place to survive to this massive destruction of the earth. And this place is Bougarache. But in fact, this is a starting point for us. This is the context, an excuse to reflect around one question. The question is, if everything were to start anew, what will you do to change the world? And we are developing a transmedia project around this question. We are very open to create contents or serialized webdoc around this question. But in fact, we are developing the main element that it's a docu game. And now we are showing you 1 minute of this docu game.
Bonjour, bonjour. Bonjour, bonjour.
Je suis le maire de 194 habitants. La commune, elle fait 2732 hectares. Je n'ai pas de police, je n'ai pas d'armée.
So, what? Thank you. So what you have seen is a sketch of our documentary game, which is the central piece of our transmedia universe. What we want to create with other elements, such for example, social networks, a community, and basically a feature length, which was award winner documentary, is some kind of science fiction documentary, which has other parts. For example, we have a virtual community as well. We have an interactive installation and art and photographic exhibition that we're going to show in different venues, for example. We have a book, and we have basically the last part, which is the original soundtrack. Starting from that point of science fiction documentary, we want to create something different, something new from that transmedia project, because we want to basically spot 7 different areas in the documentary. The 7 areas basically are divided in 7 spots or neighborhoods that the user will have or will be able to go through in the village, which are these ones, from point A to point G. So in the end, you, from the starting point, the entrance of the village, get to the peak of the mountain. It's some kind of initiatic journey from the user. And then when you get to the peak of the mountain, you get to the point G, which is day 22, which is day 0, and the day where it was supposed to got the apocalypse from the Mayan perspective. Then it is at that point when we link the past with the present, with the future of Bugarak, because basically we are very interested in the intersections, in the interaction or possibilities between not only these points, but as well the different collectives or groups that attended or joined Bugarak during these days. For example, let's say about, besides the locals, we have the tourists, we have the army, we have the, let's say, new media believers and fanatics, and all of them get to the peak, and then we connect to the real moment in which we just connect to the present and the future. We create, using social networks, different kinds of games in which you could become, for example, the new mayor of Bugarak, and by extension, the new president of the wall with its own rules, for example. And 2 last thoughts. First of all, this is not a project about the past. We are looking for funding about these different phases. We are like facing the second phase of our transmedia project. And this is a project about the present and the future. Okay, we want to foresee how people or how we are dealing with faith and crisis of faith in Western countries, basically. And the second idea is that basically the Mayans never said that this was the end of the world, but the beginning of something new, a new era of consciousness, and we all take part of that era. It depends on us to change the world for a better. So from 2012 approximately to 2063, there will be some time to make changes. So till then, we are looking for funding. We are open to broadcasters, to new media producers, to new media companies. So we will be around together. Sergi will be around the next 2 days. Thank you very much for your time.
Merci beaucoup. Merci, messieurs. Félicitations.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Well done for this project. For those of you who weren't here today with us yesterday, I should recall the rules of the game. You have 5 minutes to tell your story. There is a timestamp, a timer here, and they need to tease you, to motivate you to come and talk to them afterwards and watch the video, of course. Next project is a very beautiful one. It has been selected within our partnership with the Cannes cinema market. The project is entitled A Song for Nola. It's a cross-media and cinema movie theater project. It's a partnership between Armenia and Sweden, between those 2 countries. So we were deeply touched by this project. Asmiko Vanissian is going to tell us about this project.
I'm Hasmik, and I'm the author and producer of Nola Land. It is a universe of music and magic. And there you will meet our protagonist, Nola. She is a 16-year-old girl from a small town, and she has a special power. She's the girl on top. She has a special power. When she is humming an old forgotten melody, she can visualize people's auras, and through that she can communicate with them. And she has friends, the rock musicians of the band Aparaj, and those guys, they composed a song based on this melody, and that song has also power of its own. And though Nolalandian characters, they all have magical powers and go through some supernatural adventures, they live in a very realistic world. And in this world, there are a lot of political tensions, there are revolutions, there are conflicts, there is corruption and violation of power, everything that is happening in every corner of the world, actually. And Nola and her friends and their viewers and friends are the ones to make a change because they are the voice of tomorrow. So the central platform of our universe is the feature film, which is called A Song for Nola. And it starts at the moment when Nola just discovers her gift and she has to find a solution. She has to handle her gift, otherwise she will be harming people. And she appears in the middle of very tough political events. And actually, Nola and her song are the ones to make a choice because that will impact the result of a lot of events and people's lives. Around this, we have also some other stories. This October, we will launch a website with 4 parallel graphic novel stories. And each of them features one of the characters of Nola Land, and they have their own adventures to face. And since it's based on website, there are a lot of small games, so the users also participate, and they help very often Nola Landians to overcome some problems and difficulties. We have an RPG adventure game for mobiles, and there you can choose one of the members of the band. And when you choose a band member, you get powers based on the instrument they play. So it is done to underline that your music, your voice, your instrument, your creativity gives you power, and you can make a change with that. You can make a difference with that. We have also, this is the band, this is Aparaj band, and though they appear in different parts of the story, they will also appear in real life. So it will be a band who will have concerts, they will participate in festivals, release album, and there is going to be a music camp where hopefully hundreds or maybe thousands kids will become the authors of the songs of Aparaj, and they will be the voice of tomorrow. So we hope that with all this, Nola Land is going to become into a very inspiring teenage media brand. And it will be identified by the words brave, rebellious, and selfless. And Nola is one of the characters who is never going to turn into a superhero. She is a flame who will awaken a lot of different heroes, who will awaken the sleeping heroes in people's hearts. And now I will show you a small 1-minute teaser from our film.
Fighting and falling, hoping and bleeding again. Waiting for better, it doesn't even matter when. Looking to the sky, hearing announce a hey. No one will come to save us, no one yet. It's up to us, up to us, up to us, rise, don't hold. It's a voice of tomorrow, it's a call of tomorrow, go, 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 go.
So that's very short about Nola Land, and we're open for partnerships on different platforms. And if you have any questions, I'll be around. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Hasmik. Thank you very much. On va continuer et...
Moving on to the next project. We enjoy laughing, and therefore we try to find some video projects that make us laugh. So we found that very funny. This is a movie studio. We've been together with them since the very onset, since their very first project. They will tell us about the whale hunting from studio Cow Animation. Alexis Lafay alone will tell us about this project. Alexis, the floor is yours.
Bonjour.
Hello, everybody. Yes, I'm afraid I'm alone. Pierre couldn't be here. I'm going to talk to you about whale hunting. Whale hunting, well, what's it about? It's an animated series. It's a web series, and it talks about hunters. In a nutshell, it's a project which is 2.5 minutes times 13. It's traditional animation because it's a rather conventional form, and it's for adolescents, young adults. It's not really for children, and you'll understand why. It's a story about a whole team of hunters, and if you know in France what lascars are, they take place in countryside settings. So as you can see there on the screen, the countryside setting, and it's a bunch of mates. So there's Bébert and Riton, two main characters in this story. They're very good hunters, so they know how to hunt. But they're not alone. A whole team of hunters, and sometimes sort of misfits in society, but they love hunting. They love hunting game. They love nature, and we'll see that in the clip. They're people, from the countryside. They're real countryside hunters. And as you can see, the bucolic setting, this is small country roads, but these pictures aren't all the settings. There are some authentic settings as well. You've got the supermarket setting as well. And of course, you've got the motorway slip roads near Quimper. But what we tried to do was to find the ideal game, the ideal prey. So we had a good think, and we carried out studies, because it was important to have empirical backing to our animation. So graphics, they play a big role, because on internet that works very well. Then we added a little bit of organic stuff. And then kittens, that's really, really good. That's a sure value. Oh yeah, and virtual reality, now that sells really well because it works. And humor, because that always sells. We talked about it with our mates, and they all agreed on that. Okay, so these are a few of the storyboards. As you can see, there are 2 ideas for next series. There's the gay dog, Spartacus. Now, the gay dog is a bit of a problem because he keeps rubbing himself up to Hunter's legs, and it's a bit of a problem. And then we've got Down in the Sticks. And this is Hunter teaching his nephew how to hunt. And it says, basically, if it's got ears and a tail, you shoot. So that's the rule of thumb. And then I'll show you a few pictures, a few extracts from these 2 animated films.
Ça, c'est aussi notre.
Oh, that's another pitch idea. It's a hunting idea using Molotov cocktails. It works pretty well, but then you've got to find the cows or the remains of the cows after throwing the cocktail. Oh, this is really important, the money bit. So we are currently discussing with Studio 4, which is a French television web platform, to do the 13 episodes of 2.5-minute clips. So Alexis de Gawas and myself, production and management, we're doing all of this in France because animation is quite fine-tuned. We've got a couple of episodes on YouTube. Well, obviously, I'm pretty biased on that, but it's worth going to watch. So we're looking for partners and we're looking for distributors. Thanks. Well done. Thank you very much. And on the Cross Video Days, there is one of the episodes which I really encourage you to go and have a look at. It's really quite brilliant. Thank you. We're now going to move on with the next pitch.
On est très heureux parce que cette année...
This is our great pleasure because, as Ellie told us yesterday, illustrating his with figures and charts, we got 351 projects from 51 countries, and Spain and Canada were pretty active. We are very proud of this because we had got in touch with our friends from Canada, French-speaking and English-speaking. We are very much impressed by this country, and I guess this is the case for anyone here in the room. They have a very strong political will to induce change and to make their digital economy move forward. So we welcome here various projects from Canada. This one was shortlisted in the framework of this Cannes Movie Market Partnership, and we also thought that the technological dimension of this project was really interesting. It is about the so-called visual disorders, which have no translation in French. Please welcome Charles-Stéphane Roy.
Merci.
Thank you very much. I use this opportunity to thank Bruno and the entire team of Cross Video Days for giving me the opportunity to present this project here and a few weeks ago in Cannes too. My name is Charles-Stéphane Roy. I'm producer in Cannes. I will tell you about my project VFC, which is a meeting point between author movies, science, technology, as well as the digital arts. You may know this album. It's entitled Fear of Music by Talking Heads. In French, the title of this album may sound a bit funny.
C'est une expérience angoissante parce qu'elle provoque.
The title of this movie may sound a bit funny because it is about this music which is impacting irresistible reactions, and this is very difficult to resist it. The cognitive sciences in the field of music have been existing for only 30 or 40 years. This is a rather new field, and in Montreal we are lucky that we have Brahms and Kermit, which are renowned and worldwide specialists, experts of this topic. We would like to get inspiration from this science and technology in order to bring it on the screen in the movie theater, to turn it into a fictional feature film, and also to look at the similar points between the movie and what's happening in the room. We have various dimensions in this project, not a feature film, which is for theatrical screening, and for VOD too. We have a second screen application that may be used at home or at the cinema, and third, an installation, an interactive fashion installation. The movie project tells the story of a neuroscientist who has specialized in musical cognitive sciences. She herself is starting an experimental treatment after having had a Stendhal syndrome, which means that she's fainting anytime she hears a given piece of music. She is being supported by a doctor, and they start private relationship, a love relationship together, and he sees that her behavior changes as far as she's listening to this piece of music. So we are here looking at the relationship, the intimate, the private relationship between those characters and this piece of music. The screenwriting, the sound design, and also the visual representation of the sound on the screen is very important, and we are taking advantage of it. We are inviting all viewers to use a mobile app and headsets, specific headsets, which you can see here, in order to record their reactions to the music and to the soundscape. After that, we then access to scientific data that have been collected during their viewing of the movie. Second feature, you can listen to alternative soundtracks and augmented soundtracks. Thanks to the mobile apps and using also specific headsets, you can watch the movie with a different background or soundscape. This experience is also available on VOD with a second screen technology. Third feature, together with Yingao, she's an artist from Montreal, and she's used to designing reactive suits that change according to the temperature and the state, the condition of the body. So she designed a smart suit that is changing in shape and texture according to the music. So the main artist, the main actress, will be wearing this smart suit, and in the theater, at the cinema, you will have such a suit, and this will be available to the viewers, who can then record their own data and therefore experience a customized and individual screening. We wanted to rethought the auto cinema using technology and science in order to provide an experience that is really including the viewer at a very intimate, customized, and private level, and also making the most of the movie, of the cinema theater. We wanted to have a non-intrusive approach to activate the mobile app before and after the screenings in order not to disturb the viewing experience. And also we offer various packages, the movie alone or a set including the interactive technology as well as the artistic installation, art installation. This is an opportunity for us to enter places that are art institutes and also have screening equipment. We are actually currently at the development phase and are looking for production partners across media that are in countries with very developed, elaborate programs and products to foster the movie industry. Thank you very much, Charles. Thank you. Moving on to the next project. This is an animated movie. We are very fond of them, and I would like to praise the MIFA, this festival. You also know the festival at Annecy. Probably some of you will be there next week. You will hear, with this project, hear about the life of conquistadores, and the project is entitled Barababor. Side Production is the production company. Please welcome Laurent Witz and Fabien Weibel.
Bonjour.
Hello. My name is Laurent Witz. I am a producer and a co-director of Barababor. I am Fabien Weibel, also scriptwriter and a co-director for Barababor. We're going to begin with an extract of the project to give you a taste of what is to come.
Ok, donc le concept.
Thank you. The idea is fairly simple. We accompany these conquistadors on these incompetent conquistadors on their quest to conquer new territories. So you've got the gunner, the lookout, and the captain, who are the heroes in this story. They always have a crew with them, a motley crew, and who are, well, one worse than the other. And so the captain is cannon fodder. They form a crew whose only purpose is to colonize as much as possible and find all the treasure possible. However, they are not very skilled, and this is going to put spanners in their works. So they are wandering through this archipelago, which is populated with with people who are not savages. And indeed, they share similar lifestyles to us. They have eye pigeons in 5S, which is an SMS system for sending messages to their neighbors. And they use hashtags to talk to their gods. This animated series is made up of 52 two-minute episodes and is very much visually based humor. For example, the conquistadors are sometimes in situations where they have to deal with red tape when they are crossing international waters. Or, for example, they come across a local fast food outlets or tourist offices when they think they're the first people to discover these new lands. The purpose of Barababor is quite simple. It's to bring together a community, to create a community around a new world which is fun and innovative. It'll be possible to follow each or watch each episode on internet or on a mobile, and then you can create, personalize, and take your or bring your captain onto your mobile phone. And then you can conquer new lands via your tablet or your touch device or your mobile phone. And then you can show that you are more skilled than these cartoon conquistadors. Now, some of the events or some events on the social networks or some episodes are going to influence the captain and the game side of the series. For example, a member of the crew gets the flu in one of the episodes, and this episode is then broadcast on the internet, and this is then published on social networks, which is then sent to the smartphone in order to save this member of the crew. What we want to do is to ensure that Barababor becomes a strong identity which is fun and innovative. We, for the moment, have 85% of the budget for the series, and we're currently setting up the gaming and transmedia side of things. So today what we're trying to do is find partners who are going to help us distribute the program outside Luxembourg. There we are, and we're ready to answer any questions you may have. Thank you very much.
Merci.
Thank you. Thank you very much, gentlemen. And well done again for this project, Barababor. What are you doing with your dreams? How do you experience them? Do you think about them again? Do you tell them to each other? Do you write your dreams down? We are welcoming here the Dream Project produced by Gebrüder Beats Filmproduktion. It's a German name, sorry for the pronunciation, and please welcome Tanja Schmoller.
Bonjour, hello, my name.
Good Good morning.
I'm working as a cross-media producer for Gebrüder Beet's film production based in Berlin, Germany. Last year in autumn we met Liran Goldberg, who is a filmmaker and director from Tel Aviv, Israel, and who worked on a project Vision since more than 4 years now. And he introduced us to this project, and now we teamed up together and we try to bring this project to life. So imagine that we would all get around 80 years old and we would spend approximately 6 hours sleep per night. We would spend more than 26 years sleeping. What means this is a lot of time. This is more than a third of our lifetime where we spend time dreaming. And we found out that a lot of people are interested in dreams and that there is a big discussion out there on the internet. There are so many books published. So yeah, for a long time, dreams were considered to be divine messages and warnings. And just from the beginning of the 20th century, people started to deal with dreams on their personal level. So as Sigmund Freud called it, dreams are the mirror of the soul. And because of this, people wanted to get in touch with themselves, I guess. And so there are so many books outside, there are so many forums, online forums outside, where people exchange what they dream, what they do, what they think about, that we thought, let's do a project about this. So the Dream Project is a transmedia project about dreaming and dreams itself. So it employs the advantage of web, of television and documentary, and radio, as well as social media. So the central idea of the project is to understand the language of dreams and to understand where they're coming from, why do we have them, and what do they tell us. So the first part, it's the first web-first project. It's a web platform which invites all the users worldwide, all over the world, to spread their dreams, to contribute, to share the dream. And therefore, we want to create a mood tool, like it's a tool like we know from Instagram and all these apps, where you can create your own visualization of your dream. So you can upload a picture or a video, you can add filters, you can add atmosphere music, and tag this system. So it's a platform where users create their own content. And we tried to, so Liran actually did a visualization of one of the dreams, and please play the video, thank you. The project was further called the Sleep Project, but we renamed it because it's more about dreaming instead of sleeping. And the idea is that you dream and we film, what means that we pick out the most exciting dreams and the most different topics what we can recognize from the web platform and put it into a TV format. So we thought it might be interesting to have a host, a dream researcher, who then meets the dreamer, where they talk about on an information level about the dream. So that we have 3 different narration levels: the dream and the dreamer, the dreams and the dreamer, the short films, so there will be visualization of the dreams from the dreamer, and the background information, what it should be on the dream research, science, information culture, and this all should link together. So topics could be, what are dreams and where do they come from? Do we take our daily problems to bed? For example, do people in different cultures dream differently? This would be also questions what we want to take to the radio show, where people can call in and talk about this. And we expect this topic as a perfect topic for having a huge media partnership all over the world. For example, German newspaper Die Zeit, which has a weekly column called I Have a Dream, where VIP people share their dreams once a week, and we expect that we could collect a huge dream archive all over the world and then have a look what does it mean, for example, if you dream as a young person, as an older person, as a female, as a male, as well as finding out if dreaming in different cultures or different areas of the world might be different. So right now we are in the early developing stage. We are open for co-production partners. We are searching for funding. We're searching for broadcasters. Right now we're in discussion with a German broadcaster and a French broadcaster. So if you feel, please feel free to talk to me afterwards about your dream or any cooperation possibilities. Thank you.
Bravo. Merci beaucoup.
Congratulations. Congratulations again. Thank you very much. This is the last project which we very much love because it is a U-turn. It is a project that has been selected in the framework of the Cannes market, movie market, and it comes along with a movie to be released in December, authored by Jacques Perrin, entitled The Seasons, and the studio is Small Bang. Please welcome Pierre Caton.
Merci Bruno. Bonjour à tous.
Hello, everybody. It's really quite a pleasure to present to Morphosis to you today. It's a trailer that we finished last night, during the night.
When Europe was nothing but a vast frozen land. How did we get from the great white landscape of the Ice Age to the present world? Discover the fascinating evolution of the environment. Explore the transformations of living organisms. Discover how the earthworm made it possible for forests to develop. How islands came into being. How humankind domesticated animals. Investigate the ways nature and civilization have interacted over a period of 20,000 years. Become a part of the new alliance, reconnecting us with wildlife. Immerse yourself in Morphosis, an interactive story accompanying Jacques Perrin's upcoming film, Seasons. Take part in nature's great adventure.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much. At the beginning, when we embarked on this adventure, I met Stéphane Durand, who is the script writer for Migration and Oceans. And I'm a fan of Jacques Perrin's films. I find them inspiring and a great introduction to nature. So very quickly, we tried to find a way to ensure that the Jacques Perrin's next film, Les Seasons, could be more than just a film. When we're looking at Seasons, it's like a visual opera. At the end of the film, there are many questions that remain hanging, and we want to be useful. So based on that idea, we worked on producing an application which, on the one hand, could help people understand or would offer an explanation of everything going on in the film, which is a story about man and nature from the end of the Ice Age, from about 18,000 years ago to today. And through landscape, which is a symbolic landscape of Western Europe, which is the heritage of each and every one of us, how this landscape moves from being a white blanket to the world we know today. And so to tell this story, this adventure, we used a mixture of animated film, video game, and augmented books. This production, therefore, offers people a history of the landscape using time-lapse. So as a user, you have a single interface, which is the picture of this landscape, and you can go back in time. Moving back in time, there are a series of episodes that are going to shed light on the landmark events which have marked the landscape moving from one ecosystem to another, i.e. when man domesticated dogs, domesticated wolves to make the domesticated dog, and then the earthworm in one episode, which shows how earthworms were the root of forests, because earthworms tilled the land, aired the earth, preparing it for growth. So the forest couldn't exist without earthworms. And then the origin of rivers. So we talk about the origin of many things, and as we go through time, we tell the story of how man developed its own civilizations. Now, obviously, we talk about man, but we're talking about human species or humankind, which is non-gender specific, because obviously when we say man, I mean it in the broad sense of the term, meaning the human species, humankind. The value chain that we're trying to build is that the film is watched, which is a visual opera and creates an identity or a connection with nature. We have the COP21 coming up soon, and so I think it's quite a timely production. For a long time, we've been making people think guilty, making people feel guilty about the climate and environment, and it hasn't had any impact. People are still driving cars. There are still traffic jams. People are still using unenvironmentally friendly means of transport, etc. So this is a means to bring people into Perrin's world and have a look at nature through a new angle, look at earthworms, look at the leaves on the trees. And therefore the value chain then revolves around a single website, which we're responsible for, which is the single port of entry into the film. We're working with French Television, the distributor, in order to make this website an opportunity for people to go more in depth into the subject. The application is also a teaching tool for schools. It is a tool which allows people to take part in participatory science. I don't know if you know, but there are an increasing number of schemes which allow citizens and scientists to work together directly in order to collect data from the grassroots. So there are 5 Morphosis episodes that are going to be directly linked to participatory science projects. And this is going to be done with Viginatia, which is the laboratory for participatory science and our partner from the Natural History Museum. Now, I wouldn't be able to see, well, I will be truthful with you, is that we're still looking for a little bit of finance to close our budget requirements. The website will be free. It'll be the entry point into the film seasons, and it'll be in English and in French. Thank you very much. Well done again, and wishing a long life to Morphosis. Thank you to all of you for listening to the second pitch session, and then we're going to be having the awards ceremony with TV France 5 for the French-speaking prize, and then the major awards ceremony. Right, it's lunchtime. Make the most of the lawns outside, and we'll resume here for the award-winning ceremony before we embark on our final panel, which is a very important subject and is all about funding digital content. Bon appétit and see you later.
I've never felt your love so clearly. Get all excited when you're near me. Oh baby, you are the one, I love you dearly. I love you dearly. Let's get a little bit closer, baby. Yeah. I should have seen your inner beauty. Sometimes it used to just confuse me. You are the one, I love you truly. I love you truly. So come a little bit closer, baby, 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 baby. 'Cause I feel your love so clearly. You know you want to. You will be forever near me. Baby, all I want is you. You're the one, I love you dearly. Oh, I love you dearly. So excited when you're near me, near me, near me, near me. I've never felt your love so clearly. Get all excited when you're near me. Oh baby, you are the one, I love you dearly. I love you dearly. Let's get a little bit closer, baby. Yeah. I should have seen your inner beauty. Sometimes it used to just confuse me. You are the one, I love you truly. I love you truly. So come a little bit closer, baby, 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 baby. 'Cause I feel your love so clearly. You know you want to. You will be forever near me. Baby, all I want is you. You're the one, I love you dearly. Oh, I love you dearly. So excited when you're near me, near me, near me, near me. Let's get a little bit closer, I've never felt your love so clearly. Get all excited when you're near me. Oh baby, you are the one, I love you dearly. I love you dearly. Let's get a little bit closer, baby. Yeah. I should have seen your inner beauty. Sometimes it used to just confuse me. You are the one, I love you truly. I love you truly.
Bueno, viejo Francisco, recibe al público. El lunático volvió a recibir evacuaciones de invierno, que llega ya un supermancito. Y la banda es completamente agradecida. Decí la banda. Muy bien. lunetti col Bueno, viejo Francisco, recibe al pulso. El lunetti col guerra tira ecuaciones de invierno, que llega el auto del manchero. Y la banda completamente agradecida. Sentí la banda. Muy bien.
surrounded by the crazy ones. Crazy ones.
Girls are suffering toys, giving your body whenever your soul. All the psycho girls are never alone, are vegetarian but they eat your heart raw.
It's a long row of zeros shining in that dashboard light. Another 1,000,000 miles in some rental car, another highway in the night. Another day, another week, another month away from my family. But I'd be lying if I told you there's somewhere I'd rather be. Than living in a roadhouse and automobiles. There's a poor boy on the jukebox, and I know just how he feels. Living out of suitcases, living out fantasy. There won't be nothing left when this road gets done with me. Now it's a long road that brings me here, a lot of pain folks left behind. If the music hadn't pulled me through, I'd have probably lost my mind. But my woman, she understands it. Her little daughter understands it too. They both love me for who I am, inseparable from what I do. Living in a roadhouse and automobiles. There's a poor boy on the jukebox, and I know just how he feels. Living out of suitcase, living out fantasy. There won't be nothing left when this road gets done with me. I'm a stranger to my children, a stranger to myself sometimes. And I don't mean that this is just another sad song. If you read between the lines, between the lines, just another long row of zeros shining in that dashboard light. Another 1,000,000 miles in some rental car, another highway in the dark of night. Another day, another week, another month away from my family. But I'd be lying if I told you there's somewhere I'd rather be than living in a roadhouse and automobiles. There's a poor boy on the jukebox, and I know just how he feels. Living out of suitcases, living out a fantasy. There won't be nothing left when this road gets done. Won't be nothing left when this road gets done. Won't be nothing left when this road gets done with me. This road gets done with me.
We all know that hell is low.
I don't want no child. I don't want no child. I don't want no child.
I don't want no child. I don't want no child.
The Magnum 41. The Magnum 44. 22 rifle. The Uzi.
Child. I don't want no child. Streamline danger, call me as stealth, focus knowledge you don't ever ever share the wealth. I am the fire, no time to spare. Me on the power, and I really don't care. No thanks to those who only seduce. No props to those who always produce. Control my game that I play. I must say the words that you obey.
sait ce qui se passe aujourd'hui parce que personne ne veut qu'il se passe quelque chose. En réalité, on ne sait jamais ce qui se passe, on sait simplement ce qu'on veut qu'il se passe. Et c'est comme ça que les choses arrivent. En 17, Lénine et ses camarades ne disaient pas nous allons faire la révolution parce que nous voulons la révolution. Ils disaient toutes les conditions de la révolution sont réunies, la révolution est inéluctable. Ils ont fait la révolution qui n'aurait jamais eu lieu s'ils ne l'avaient pas faite et qu'ils n'auraient pas faite, ils n'avaient pas pensé qu'elle était inéluctable uniquement parce qu'ils la voulaient. Je vois que quelque chose a bougé dans ce monde, ça a toujours été pour le pire. Voilà pourquoi personne ne bouge. Personne n'ose provoquer l'avenir. Il faudrait être fou pour provoquer l'avenir. Il faudrait être fou pour risquer de provoquer un nouveau 19, un nouveau 14, un nouveau 37.
Alors il se passe jamais plus rien.
Si. Parce qu'il y aura toujours des fous et des cons pour les suivre. Et des sages pour ne rien faire.
coast like that. Tangerine on ice in the back seat. Just do a roll it top down, ready to fly on the street. Ready to fly on the street. In the twisted cap, going in my lacking in the twisted cap, and then the gears back, climbing up the coast like that. Tangerine on ice in the back seat. Do a roll it top down, ready to fly on the street. Do a roll it top down, ready to fly on the street. Going in my locking in the twisted cap, and in the days back, climbing up the coast like that. Tangerine on ice in the back seat. Do a roll it top down, ready to fly on the street. Ready to fly on the street.
When I woke up, all you called was the shade on my hat, on my face. My whistle on me for the strain on my waist. Chains engraved in my physical days.
Well, we hope you had a pleasant lunch break, and we'll meet in a few moments for the award of the best French speaking project.
Fragile, then it go downhill. Making one forget in time, not time to be refilled. They say if you snooze, you lose. When I spend my days to confuse. It's because I blaze all day, unfaith and that's on news. If it's new to you, this is Yara, red and the blues. Don't be used to it. Running mascara, I refuse. Closed doors prevent outsiders from you in. But struggling alone makes it tougher pursuing dreams. But it seems all I get are sleepless nights, nightmares about losing loved ones and losing fights. Blue birds flew over the fields of sorrow as I left the scene in the dreams, watching the soul swallow. Left you for more, left the room hollow. Many will fall, a lot more will follow.
You take drugs to psych your mind. You take wine to forget about time. You create a world of your own, where the truth will never be known.
I work when the word sees I play, and I hate to play when the word sees to work my way. I say I work already for every day that I play my way. Now, hear what I say, hear what I say. Makes it all seem hopeless, like impending cancellation. The locks will open, son to continue determination. Restless infection destroys spiritual vaccination, and I will head for my destination. I stand alone at the crossroads of death, inhale the breath of lost souls to left, in and out of consciousness. Drinking wine reminds me of what honest is, making me wonder where the hell the logic is. ourselves and then we all fall through the walls, through it all. Who we are, no denying that I fought for ourselves and all. The bluebird flew over the fields of sorrow after I left the scene in their dreams, watching their soul swallow. Left you for more, left the room hollow. Many will fall, a lot more will follow. You take drugs to psych your mind. You take the wine to forget about time. You create a world of your own, where the truth will never be known. The bluebird flew over the fields of sorrow as I left the scene in the dreams, watching the soul swallow. Left you for more, left the room hollow. Rain will fall, a lot more will follow. The bluebird flew over the fields of sorrow as I left the scene in the dreams, watching the soul swallow. Left you for more, left the room hollow. Rain will fall, a lot more will follow. The bluebird flew over the fields of sorrow as I left the scene in the dreams, watching the soul swallow. Left you for more, left the room hollow. Rain will fall, a lot more will follow. The bluebird flew over the fields of sorrow as I left the scene in their dreams, watching their souls swallow. Left you for more, left the room hollow. Rain will fall, a lot more will follow. 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 Rain will fall, a lot more will follow.
Crippled by my failures and the ache I left behind. Back to old forgotten places. I remember names and faces. Crippled by my failures and the ache I left behind. Back to old forgotten places. I remember names and faces. I recall the love you gave me. Is it strong enough to save me? Crippled by my failures and the ache I left behind. Back to old forgotten places. I remember names and faces flashing through my mind. I recall the love you gave me. Is it strong enough to save me? Getting tired of being just a loser on the run. Standing here, I put myself inside the county line. Shaking at the doorsteps of this life I left behind. Standing here, I put myself myself inside the county line, shaking at the doorsteps of this life I left behind. Standing here, I put myself shaking at the doorsteps of this life I left behind. Crippled by my failures, crippled by my crippled by my failures. Failures.
You know how to turn me on. Oh, you got it going on. Baby, you can make my day.
1, 2.
You know how to turn me on. Oh, you got it going on. Baby, you can make my day. Come on, get down with me. We can dance the night away. Baby, you can make my day. Nothing's gonna stop us now. We can get down anyhow. Come on, baby, make my day. Come on, turn the radio on. Turn it up, the neighbors gone. You can make my day. You know how to turn me on. Oh, you got it going on. Baby, you can make my day. Come on, turn the radio on. Turn it up, the neighbors gone. You can make my day. You can make my day.
I smile when I think back on how our world was created in 7 days. Day 1, the first call, started it all. Your voice left me no choice but to pursue. Nervous at the thought of meeting you, I left the outcome to chance. Day 2, come that first glance. Day 3, the first dance. Day 4, the belly flutters. Day 5, the soft sweet as apple butter kisses. Day 6, this is crazy the way he makes me.
Rebonjour à tous. Voilà, j'espère.
Welcome back. I hope you enjoyed the sunny lunch break and with this very nice weather. We are meeting today. We will now welcome the jury in order to award one prize, the TV5 Monde Award for the best French-speaking project, and then we have another prize which is going to be awarded the Grand Prix. Please welcome the jury. This year they are together with us. They have been looking at all the project, and Hélène Zemmour, who is the head of TV5 Monde, Eleonore Lamotte, producer at Kids Appeal, Michel Buste, project leader from Pro Helvetia, Jérémy Pompouillou, founder of Idle Transmedia, and Matthias Abramovich, who's a cross-media producer at FACT. Thank you. Please take a microphone. Feel free to speak out. And if you want, could you tell us a bit about your feeling about those projects which you could see? What was your personal experience of it, Hélène? Well, why did we want to award a Francophone, French-speaking prize? This was important to us at TV5 Monde. We are the first French-speaking broadcaster worldwide who wanted to highlight the cross-media creativity in French-speaking media. We see that the English language is very present, and we don't want to prioritize the one over the other. We only know that TV5, our channel, is also a channel of values, of know-how that is shared by Belgian, Canadian, Swiss, and French people. Leonore, would you like to tell us about the projects you could see as a spectator and as a viewer? Well, I've seen many projects, very enjoyable ones, many animated movies, which I enjoyed very much, and I will try not to unveil the identity, the name of the awardee. It was, to me, rather difficult to make a choice because these are pitches, projects are still at the developmental phase, and we try to define or to get an idea of this project without necessarily being informed about the complete setting. But as a producer, I can say that I'm satisfied with what I saw this year. I very much enjoy being part of this kind of jury. This is not an easy task because we only have a few items of information regarding each project, unlike the cinema juries where you need, in that case, rely on a rather comprehensive set of data. We need to adapt and to adapt to any project. And of course, we see when we have a crush on a project, this is the crucial and deciding factor in the end. This is a very emotional judgment, and this is the way it unfolded today too. A very interesting experience in my view. Jérémy, you are viewing many projects as we do, thanks to the I Love Transmedia Festival. What is your opinion on this year's selection? We had many interesting projects in terms of the content, because very often we see projects that rather tend to develop a set of technologies and focus on audience development and on other technical issues. And we had here very interesting contents, very interesting ideas, really fascinating topics. We are paying great attention to this. Together with Matthias, we had 2 contributions Matthias contributed to the jury as well as to the selection, took part in the selection committee. At Cross Video Days, we judge upon the projects from the social, political, and very committed point of view. We want to foster projects, but also fostering entertainment and so-called mainstream contents. What about you, Matthias? I can only but nod and agree on what my comrades just said. In this selection and during our discussions, we were pretty much trying to pick up projects that were immersive, that were taking the audience with them onto a journey during a history. We have seen many new developments in terms of research, technological innovation, and setting as well as relationship to the audience. But first and foremost, the crucial matter was the emotional one, was the history that would really be it a fictional story or a documentary project that would be the reason why we would chose the project. Virginie, could you tell us more about the current matters at TV5 Monde? I would like to express my support, my great support to you at TV5 Monde through everything you've been experiencing in the last 5 weeks, and we will support you in favor of freedom of speech so that it can be expressed as it should. What could you see on the market? Many of those projects, you were a partner of them. Could you expand on this? Thank you very much for your support. We need this, and we are not at the end of the road. For those who don't know it, we had a cyber attack at TV5 Monde targeting the 11 international offices as well as all our websites. This was an unprecedented case in the AV field. You saw probably in the news or heard in the news about it. And we are a state, for us as a state TV. We are working hard in order to manage to work again as we used to previously. We are moving forward. We keep on developing interesting projects, highlighting the content. What you can see here are, of course, the technological developments and the form, but we are looking at web creation, new narratives, and new ways of writing. So our approach remains rather similar to the one we have on our linear TV channel, promoting the French language, highlighting the status of women in the world, climate change, and other such topics. We are conducting our own project. Brussels is the second visit. This is our cross media, which is produced by TV5 Monde. We have 3 other projects. You saw 700,000. There was a pitch yesterday, and it is a pleasure for us to know that this project is going to be completed in 2016. We are here doing our shopping as some others do, and as part of the public service, we try to do less but better, and also to gain exposure or to bring exposure on air everywhere in the world, not only in French, because we also have subtitles available in 35 languages, in 13 languages. Thank you very much, and please, it's your turn to call the winner of the prize. Well, we had a very vivid and lively discussion about this. There was one interesting project that was, in our view, meeting all the requirements. This is a movie for theatrical screening at the end of 2015. It's entitled Morphosis. You saw the pitch today. Director is Jacques Perrin. It's a movie about the seasons. The changes in the landscape and also the print left by mankind. We are all talking about this environmental COP21 conference that is going to take place in Paris. This is for the general public, for families, for young children, for tomorrow's French speakers who are going to work on their tablets and interact with the movie in order to share those emotions. So we are calling on stage Pierre Catan for Morphosis.
Bravo. Bravo pour soutenir la création en langue française.
Thank you very much that you are supporting French-speaking creation. Thank you very much. Starful Dialogue is a developmental prize. We are really happy. May I say a few words? The most interesting point to us is that multilingualism is the future of the internet. You are probably not aware of it, but with using only 5 languages, you can cover all or find the bridges to any existing languages in the world. So if you have a content translated into 5 languages, then you will always find someone able to translate it from this language into another one. You need, therefore, only those 5 pivot languages. We are getting ready for this COP21 conference. In Paris, we'll be hosting many persons in order to talk about this climate change. We will have also a project called Place to Be, as well as a youth hostel close to Gare du Nord, the northern station, welcoming 600 activists from anywhere in the world. And we will, this issue of multilingual activism is a genuine issue because during international gatherings, you always have the same persons mastering 5,000 words or 400 words in English, which makes communication even more difficult. So with this application, we want to fund all the costs for localization in order to circulate, to distribute the project in territories with bearing in mind the local languages and respecting them. I thank my team very much. It's not encompassing that many people, and they are very committed. The release is foreseen for October. I think of each of them members of my team, and I thank you very much for this award.
Voilà, on va mettre une petite pause sur le Grand Prix, si vous voulez bien, parce qu'on attend le prochain gagnant.
We will have to wait a few seconds until we award the grand prize, because the winner is still in Paris and he's coming to us. Ladies and gentlemen, please have your seat in the front row. And I now call on the next item on the planning. We are going to welcome PXN, because this association, this gathering, is to us a very interesting initiative. This is exceptional and very much in line with what we've been trying to do at Cross Video Days in the last 6 years. Margot Misica from Youpian, Arnaud Collinard, Pierre Catan, also again, and Benjamin Auguet will be moderating this discussion. Thank you, Bruno. And we thank PXN for being here with us today. We have here the leaders of PXN. Mrs. President, I'm the only lady on stage, so I'm the one who's going to have the say so much in terms of gender equality. We are all producers of digital experiences, and this is the reason why we decided to gather in the framework of an association at a point in time where we thought that the access to information and culture was mainly ensured by circulation distribution channels, and where we wanted to be part of it and be part of the digital turn of the creative and media industry. So we were reflecting upon ways to support cultural institutions on their way to implementing demanding digital policies regarding as well the content and content production, as well as the form, because those channels require new ways and new writings, new narratives. So we wanted to support all those French institutions that were part of the development of the industry. I mean here the CNC, FTV, Arte, the regional funds too. In our country, the public institutions have tackled those topics in the last years, and we think that it is a very lucky situation. We need now to bring structure into the sector, to have numerous investments in order to achieve coherent policy and a massive one dedicated to those new channels. So I will talk about the members. We wanted to bring together all the demand, know-how, and expertise of many actors, and in the first line of the producers. We are not aimed at being a very closed circle of producers who will talk together in order to fight for their own small battlefield. As a member of the producers gathering, which for now is a French network but is going to turn international, we would like to develop necessary tools in order to relay or pass on the information to the relevant players. So we relay information from the authors, creators, and also try to lead a very intense discussion in partnership with the broadcasters, because they are in the front line. I see a few of them here in the audience, and they are the first to be confronted with those issues of means and other questions. We are a rather new and small association, and we hope the group will be powerful enough to grow. So we are looking for other members and waiting for producers from France and overseas to get in touch with us in order to find out intelligent solutions. We are a so-called think and do tank, which is a circle of reflection and action. Thank you very much for this presentation. My first question. You have been working in this field for a rather long time. So what was the trigger? Why did you decide to gather now? What was the motivation? Is it part of a usual development? Well, we have various ways of thinking. First of all, our industry is becoming increasingly mature. Producers, but also authors and directors can now achieve successful projects with international exposure. The uses also have changed. We have linear projects, AV projects, and other kinds of contents. And the third motivation is a political one, and I think the attacks of the 11th of January were also part of this energy, this dynamic. After the 11th of January, many of us had the feeling that the state, as well as the Ministry of Culture, were just finding out how important social networks are with a view to developing or building the feeling of citizenship and belonging. So we feel very much concerned by the topic of cultural heritage and passing on our culture and our identity via cultural activities. This is why we decided to turn to action, and we also had the feeling that we were confronted with a glass ceiling, meaning that we have partners within the channels that work on the new media and experience great difficulties when trying to achieve their projects because they're working together with major structures that haven't not completed this digital revolution yet. So those were the reasons why we decided to gather within this association. You all come from the AV sector. You also mentioned culture in general, meaning not only AV, but also maybe content producers working in the educational field or town planning and other sectors. Is that in line with your perspective, or would you rather like to stay within the AV industry? I think that we are very much reflecting our perspective as actors of handicraft. We are an industry, but we don't behave as industrials. We still move forward with our craftsmanship approach, and we are rather co-editors. We are not competitors. We share our experiences. We developed a horizontal way of being linked, related to each other. And our narratives are focused on the story and the experience we're trying to put on stage. And this means that we produce experiences and that anybody who's producing experiences might join PXN and feel represented by this association. So many players are now using those new writing techniques, and we see no limitation and no restrictions. We call ourselves producers of digital experiences, and this was a decision, a conscious decision we made on this vocabulary. So yeah, we are, each of us is very different, and we have to mix in our various practices, our thoughts. We are a so-called think and do tank, as Jeremy just said, and as many others do. David Dufresne talked about it this morning. If you listen to the various projects that exist, you very quickly understand that we are all working along the same lines and towards a similar direction. We are all part of a common reflecting upon those new ways of writing. So therefore, I think that we are going to turn into a much broader association as an association gathering only producers and broadcasters.
Un peu collective.
So how does this work then, the think and do tanks? Do you share resources, or how do you see things? I think it's a make and do sort of system. We're gradually building up this system. We have a board of directors, like in any association, that meets every month. We talk about and think about different subjects. We make ourselves available for players in the sector, for example, AV producer unions, funding entities, to think about things together on subjects that we see as priorities. So we try and participate as much as possible in this dialogue. We also go out and meet people. We raise awareness about our existence. And we believe it's important to do that work and to raise subjects, talk about issues that are important to us. So, for example, like we had the opportunity here to have a broad exchanges with international counterparts as well. We try and meet and share ideas on these different topics. Now, obviously, it's not our primary objectives to do that, but what we do try to do is pool our experiences and ideas. What do we do to manage such and such a problem or to overcome any obstacle that we may have encountered? I think that's very good summary. Just on the international side of things, this is an opportunity because it's an international market, so it's an opportunity to meet our foreign counterparts. It's also an opportunity to put a bit of weight or put a bit of pressure on organizations that have an international reach and perhaps lobby in favor of certain topics that are close to our heart. What about the Canada Manifesto? Well, we have the Interactive Producer Association, which has been a huge inspiration to us. They don't operate in exactly the same way, because contrary to the way we operate in France, in Canada, on the contrary, there are no real barriers between professions. So you have different branches. They are broad associations. I would say that there isn't an exact equivalent to what we do, because they do things that we aren't able to do, but vice versa as well. There was this Canadian manifesto, which was the result of obscure publication issues. I think they themselves as well were somewhat disappointed of the outcome of this manifesto and what it produced. And they, as a result, are quite interested in what we're doing as well. I imagine that you still have long discussions ahead of you with your partners. Let's start with one of the most obvious issues, financial institutions. We're going to be talking to our CNC colleagues soon, not only them. We've got a Canadian, Belgian, German, Swiss colleagues as well taking part in the discussion. What are you waiting for the outcome of discussions with PXN? I think there are three main priority directions that we want to take, although that'll be fine-tuned as we go along. First of all is state investments, not just CNCA, in digital. The share it represents today, in our view, is insufficient. Therefore, we want to find a way to break through this glass ceiling, because austerity measures are being taken in all public sectors, but we don't want to touch that area because these are growth sectors. The second issue, which is rather more urgent, is to adapt the current systems to the specificities of our work, because today we are working in a television-oriented context, and so work needs to be done on that. So we need to facilitate international cooperation as well. These points have already been taken as a priority at the CNC, but we need to help them to move this agenda forward. Now let's talk about distributors. What do you want to put on the table? What do you want to discuss with distributors? Because what are you expecting from the discussion with distributors? I think a key point in this, or the relationship with distributors, is that PXN is also campaigning for a state digital industry. Many providers are working with the state sector, and we want to put our expertise to the service of the state sector that we're gaining through these productions. So we've got Agat Film and the General of Production and other AB producers, but also Transmedia's Small Bank or Kids Uphill, small production companies, and working with the agencies like UPIAN, and benefit from their experience to work with other partners and working on projects that don't necessarily benefit from state funding and bring them back into the state fold with objectives so that we can have higher quality work that correspond to the public's expectations. Because I think that the setup that we have today, if there's a bad film that comes out at the cinema, well, the cinema won't go bankrupt for that. If you publish something bad on Transmedia, then that whole financial support will disappear. But we need to give time to these projects to gain experience, to mature, and we need to capitalize the experience that's being obtained over time without necessarily intervening in strategies per se, but working more effectively. We said that we would work on their strategy, but okay, I want to add something. At Cross Video Days, I think it's quite clear what our reality is. We're working in an ecosystem where we've got lots of project proposals with a few producers, so it's an upside-down pyramid. What I mean by that is that PXN, sometimes as well we debate whether it should be PXN or Pixin or whatever, but we could have an internet debate on that. But I think the underlying question is, how can we make sure that in the future we will have more producers who are able to support projects? Because at the moment we're at a bottleneck, because we have small production means, and there are two distributors that are actively involved in digital. One major fund, the CNC, and then there are regional funds and a few smaller players, and that's it. PXN, therefore, in my view, is an associative structure which should have as its objective the rallying of different players in order to promote digital experiences. And whether we like it or not, in 2 decades' time, the die will be cast. And I think we need to make sure that we're on the ball for that. There is a need. I think that's clear. We all complain about the generational break. We can't communicate with young people in terms of content. Look at TV, for example, anywhere else for that matter. So there are platforms that have their own languages, but if we don't have the means to exploit, to use those, then we're going to lose out. It's not just production means, it's also distribution means. And know-how in terms of distribution is therefore central to the issue as well. Just to close on that matter, we're talking about distributors, but this campaign also has to be heard by the state and the ministries in charge of these areas, because they are the people who will determine the direction for the state services and public services in the future. And so I think it is important to meet the various relevant ministries. It won't be possible to have a digital future based solely on technology and industrial know-how. It's essential to accompany that with a cultural digital program as well. And I think in the long term, we need to have private distributors and new entrants into this market who maybe don't even exist yet or don't even know that this is going to be their specialty in the future. I almost skipped a question. I also wanted to talk about writers and authors. What's your position in relation to them? Because obviously you have their concerns in mind. Are you their spokespersons? Is there an equivalent for authors, AXN, for example, for writers, or WXN? We all know that producers use authors' rights and leave the customers out. But I think, like we mentioned this morning, whether it be David Dufresne or the person who was talking about the possibility of writers to join the association, I think the answer was that today it's not possible because this is an IP protection association, so it's more a producer-oriented association. But we have to understand that it's writers that are the motivation, and it's a close-knit relationship with producers and writers, and therefore we can't ignore authors' rights and their issues as well. So we will be trying to ensure that information and exchanges do take place with writers in the association. What about the SCAM and the SACD? Could they improve their digital expertise? If they do that, then we would be very happy. Just to tell you, we established PXN. When we did that, many people, including myself, it was not a. It's a kind of. We wanted to be like a union for producers. We promote our members, or we encourage people to join our association, because our work also has the purpose of contributing to producer unions. And I think that in the end, we might see something similar to that for writers and authors. So perhaps we should have a specialized association for writers and authors. Are there producers in this room who are convinced that they want to join PXN? No? Oh, one. I thought that was a bit of a flop, my question there, but I'm glad that somebody reacted. That means it's a bit like an internet project, it's either a massive success or a flop. Okay, so for Sir over there on the side of the room who wants to join PXN, what can he expect if he joins the association? For example, sponsoring or being patron to members. Is there this vocation to help producers and help people transit into this profession? When we set up the association, I think we all agreed on one thing, that it was important for producers to join in order to bring something to the association more than anything else. We, as a group, we contributed to the sector. The purpose of our association is not to offer an advantage to a small elite, but what we want to try and do is set up regular contact with players in the sector in order to channel issues and deal with those issues that are important for our members, for example, legal issues. In our view, our association more than anything else is about solidarity and making sure that we are working in favor of our sector and our industry. Of course, we work together. There is a sense of putting our shoulder together to the wheel. Okay, we might not be able to do training or anything like that, but at least people can participate in the debate and they have access to what we're doing and submit proposals for work that needs to be done. And I think that our work will gradually take form over time. For the moment, I think there's one thing that's important to say is that PXN doesn't have a business model. So if you do join PXN, it's a disinterested membership. It's for the benefit of members, but it's the members who contribute to the association. Right. Now I'm going to turn to the audience, who I'm sure have lots of interesting questions to ask. Please introduce yourself.
I'm a producer in London. I actually set up Digital Creators UK, which is an association, loose association of UK producers and creators, writers who are working on the web.
Could you speak a bit louder, please?
Sorry, yeah, I'm working. I founded Digital Creators UK, which is a loose association of writers, producers, and creators who are working on the web. So we have, I guess, a similar thing to what you're doing. But I just wanted to make a point regarding what you were saying about getting the state involved. I think the only reason to get the state involved is to get them to encourage companies to increase broadband availability to the population. But I think it's the last thing you want is to have the state involved in helping create programming for the web and digital. Because I think one of the beauties of working on the web is that you have complete freedom. It's your own vision, and you're not having to deal with all the gatekeepers that have been very traditional in trying to take over, like they have in film and in some parts of television. So I just wanted to make that point.
Do you have a question? I think it's a very interesting cultural point of view. Ah, pardon. Désolée.
Tu réponds en français, non?
Oui, pardon. Bah non, mais c'est plus direct pour avoir une discussion que.
Tu peux parler.
It was just so that there's a direct answer to our question, that's all. It's a French-speaking panel here. So you can speak in whatever language.
The same vision of what this involvement of the state in cultural content might involve. And clearly we are more used to it and it's more comfortable with them being involved, even though the idea is not for them to become the only or the new gatekeepers of this media that is internet and to keep its freedom. But what we've been observing until now is that with the means that they had, they were more accompanying creation on those platforms than creating new locks for viewers or for people to see the content. But the idea is ultimately to have also public institutions make private institutions invest on those new medias.
Est-ce qu'on a une autre question dans le public?
Are there other questions from the audience? Yes, in the middle. Hello, my name is Gaëlle Châtelain. I am a deputy director at l'INA. I used to work in the private sector, and now in the public sector, and so I find it quite interesting to hear what you're saying as an association. Maybe you'll have a new member soon. I'd like to know what you do to encourage private investors for distributor. We had a transmedia project, but we believed that transmedia was somewhat of a pious wish, and it doesn't really garner much support in concrete terms. So what do you do in that respect? Thank you very much for this question. It will certainly help us clarify a little bit the situation. Right now, for example, we're born of two parents, and sometimes those parents argue. I think transmedia is the black sheep of the family. Walt Disney set out the paradigm on which I think the original paradigm for transmedia years ago, and we're still working along that path. And I think that works that are supported by the state, creative works, weren't originally destined for marketing. The proof of this is that we are very exploratory in our writing. The private sector, on the other hand, in terms of distribution, and I'm talking about France here, doesn't invest that much in transmedia because they are not interested in extending the scope of this narrative. Well, it's very interesting, actually, this discussion, this debate. Perhaps we could ask somebody who is from a private TV channel who could add to this discussion. I think it would be more interesting if we had all sides of the debate, or maybe they're not allowed to speak. You've got a lot of experience, Gaël, with TF1 and Canal+. I think there are two battles. One is the state service in France, which is the main backer of media, and then you've got private distributors who didn't necessarily have the instinct to inform the public on certain issues because they didn't have the same commercial interest, and it's the same for radio TV. So I think the first thing to do, on the other hand, there isn't a strict hierarchy, but who and how we can encourage private distributors putting pressure on them, or just submitting interesting projects, or
D'action politique aussi, parce que dire il faut une
perhaps by encouraging to do more transmedia. Perhaps we should simply motivate or give an incentive to private distributors in order to adhere to these new ideals. Thank you very much. Thank you to our panelists. We have La Tribune in print if people want to. La Tribune is the position of the position paper of PXN in relation to this world. It sounds very megalomaniac, what you're saying there. Okay, we've got these brochures that are available, Margot, in the other room behind. Thank you very much to PXN. Thank you to our panelists. Thank you, Jeremy. I think you've taken root in your chair. Are you staying here for the financial panel? Right. Thank you to all of you for being so flexible and for adapting to the change in the agenda. We have our grand prize we've got our grand prize now because our award winner came back via taxi from Gare de Lyon. And now I'm going to ask Jeremy to do Jeremy and Eleanor to come and stand with me. Perhaps you can tell us a little bit about the award that you're going to give to the winner. Hi, everybody. It's a huge pleasure for me to be able to confer this award on the winner. We, as web distributors, we'll be able to tell you about the promotion of this project, and it will be distributed across all our network of websites and distributor outlets. So that's 5,000 outlets. It's our way of helping the project being promoted, so we're going to announce the winner. It's the grand prize, so there's only one winner, and it was an endless debate, but in this case it was particularly difficult debate because Bruno, we had a lot of pressure from Bruno to finish the debate. All the projects were really quite remarkable and very interesting and innovative. So we selected Sequenced. You can stand up now. This project in virtual reality, animated virtual reality with a lot of interactive promise. So congratulations. Thank you very much. Thank you to all the team. It's an honor to win this prize. Do you want to tell us a little bit more again about your program? Because you did do a pitch yesterday afternoon, but not everybody was here. Maybe we can have another look at the trailer, and then you can tell us a little bit more about your project.
Tu veux nous en parler un petit peu à nouveau
You're going to tell us a little bit again about your project? Okay, so Sequenced is our first spatial story to come out of DAY2. DAY2 is a production studio and a research laboratory based in Switzerland, although we are opening an office in Los Angeles. This is going to be the spearhead for our gaze technology, which allows us to tell a story through a 360-degree view, using all kinds of touch devices, iPads, iPhones, etc. Sequenced is a future story in 2065 after the polar shift, i.e. the magnetic poles which switch. And this gave rise to a single state, land 01, and here the challenge is to optimize Earth, the planet's resources. There's an algorithm that determines people's place in society according to their DNA. The first episode is the arrival of Raven, the heroine, who is going to alter the destiny of this new world. The first episode in 2016 will be followed by another episode in April on L'Oculus, on touch devices, and the Samsung device too. We are still looking for funding, although we are pretty much done for production. So anybody who's interested in VR, this really is an ideal opportunity to position yourself on the VR market. So I'm a little bit out of breath because I really did sprint to get here, and I didn't sleep last night because I was finishing a cutting session last night. But it's a huge honor for me to be here right now. Michel Bruce, who helped us a lot. You had a lot of help from a jury member. Well, in Switzerland, I know that you've been talking about support and financing, and Provestia really was a determining factor for us in Switzerland, especially for digital storytelling and transmedia. Just on a final note, I'm very proud that our jury for Cross Video Days has chosen to award a research lab and a production studio, because this is the kind of idea that we've been trying to promote over the past few years, since the beginning of Cross Video Days, is to have this cross-pollination between ideas. Okay, thank you again, and thank you for the event as well, for inviting me here. Thank you to the jury as well, jury members.
Alors, on va...
Right, we're going to resume with our original agenda now. What I suggest we do is to enter into one of the most important panel discussions that we're going to have over these 2 days. Because we're going to be talking about funding and finance. We decided to bring together an international panel who will represent state funds from different countries. And so we're going to talk about what they do for financing these projects and what they're doing to support the digital shift. So I'm going to, without further ado, I'm going to call them to the stage. Paul from CNC, Katarina Bresenio from the FMC, the Canadian Media Fund, Claudia Graband from the Median Board of Berlin, Philipp Reinhardt from Wallimage, and Michael Vost from the Swiss Arts Council.
Bonjour, bienvenue, je vous en prie, installez.
Good afternoon. Please do take a seat. And our favorite moderator, Benjamin Auguet, to moderate this session. All saying hello to each other. This is a very cordial event. Thank you very much to all of you. It's, again, a great honor and pleasure to invite you here for this panel discussion. We're going to look at the international diversity with 5 funds, 5 countries represented here on the stage. I'm going to cut straight to the chase with the the standard introductions for each of you and perhaps a brief introduction to what you do, because I suppose people here in the audience might want to know a little bit about what you do. Now, I don't want to be sexist, but I would like to hand the floor first to a lady, to Pauline Augrin from the CNC. Perhaps you could say a few words about the New Media Fund at the CNC. Good afternoon. My name is Pauline Augrin. I'm head of digital creation division at the CNC, which is a fund that supports transmedia, as you said very rightly, but we also support video games and digital artistic creation, as well as traditional art, but also theater, dance, and other more traditional forms of art, against a background of audio-visual and cinema tradition. And all of this means that we have a complementary scope of work and allows us to create synergy between these different fields. Not necessarily between business models, even though there are overlaps. I think that transmedia has a lot to learn from the video gaming sector, but also it's our author-artist temperament at the CNC. We ensure that these creators, we encourage these artists and creators to be in this field where the different disciplines cross over. I have been in the web now for a number of years. I used to be in charge of a media fund, which was the spearhead to our work, and our transmedia division has existed since 2007. Even though before 2007 transmedia was working in this field in other areas and digital world, it was the creation of this specific fund which allowed us to give a direct incentive to producers, perhaps more traditionally AV and cinema producers, to get interested in this new discipline, which is transmedia, and support works which have been designed for the new digital world of screens, based on a very simple idea, which was simply the fact that user behavior was evolving and changing. And also because there was this break in generations, and we wanted to bridge this gap between generations. So this specific fund helped us help a few producers take their first steps into this new world. And our fund is selective. You know how that works. It's fairly simple. We have a commission of experts. CNC members don't have voting rights, but we have a special expert panel, which is chaired at the moment by Céline Sciamma. She brings people from different backgrounds around the table, because one of our priorities is to ensure that we break down these barriers between fields. So we try to find a couple of people who are directly active in digital and creative writing, but we also have people from a more traditional video, AV, cinema backgrounds, in order to have the maximum and most diverse input into this decision making. We meet about 4 or 5 times a year, and we listen to proposals for project support. We look at them from an artistic point of view. So we accompany projects through all different phases of realization. We have funds that are accessible to artists who don't necessarily have their own companies yet. We help at development stages. We help equipping projects, and we also help the production phase in projects as well. And we have up to 100,000 euros that are funded by producers as soon as the project has a viable business model and fits into the vision that producers might have of launching a project. So that's the kind of work that we do. Over the over recent years, we opened an automatic support fund, the COSIP, as it's also known, for web productions with web distributors. So it's exclusively web-based. It means that AV producers, mainly TV producers, who might have an automatic CNC account, can use the funds available in that account to fund purely web-based content. And therefore, this works with selective support, because transmedia participants, once they've obtained a first support from the collective fund, then open an automatic fund and then can participate in this industry-wide fund. Right. So we've just heard from PXN, and I think people still have that in mind. What is the CNM expecting from the discussion with the producers? And how have things changed? Because I suppose things weren't necessarily perfect to begin with. What are the expectations for upcoming discussions?
Well, the announcement of PXN, this recently created association, was welcomed by us as a very good news, because we thought it was highly necessary to get this kind of body in order to move faster to the next step. I very much agree on what has just been said previously. We see this association as a collaboration partner in order to launch a common thought and reflecting process upon those fundamental and philosophical ideas and values of the CNC. This has to do with our values of the position of the author, and we also want to further encourage the topical, historical players, traditional players, to invest in this kind of product. We also want to encourage them to make the appropriate strategic choice. Internally, we then also, with this association, can benefit from the support of an industry which is talking via one single voice, which may also bring in further development in regulations, but also in the automatical support funding systems, such as generated support and other similar ones. We also think that can help to gain or take advantage of it in order to support corporations and productions. So yes, this is a cooperation partner and an unavoidable support in our view. I now give the floor to Katarina. Katarina, could you tell us more about about the Canadian Media Fund, and tell us about the two kinds of aid and projects that are available? Yeah. Hello. Our Canadian Media Fund was set up in 2010, which means that it used to be the Canadian TV Fund in the last 25 years. But in 2010, we had a fundamental change in paradigm, which occurred at the level of the Ministry for Heritage, which is similar to your Culture Ministry. And they decided to provide services to the Canadian people in the form of multi-platform creation. So this is a testimony of their goodwill to start as of 2010, supporting projects as far as TV programs need to have a multi-platform distribution strategy in order to be eligible to their funding. They also need to encompass an extended user experience too. So our fund is funded by the Canadian government, as you know, and also by the fees and contributions paid by satellite distributors and others. So this is very similar to the French system based on contributions, but TV fees, but we are under the jurisdiction of TV Canada. And we are each year granting $360 until $365 million, which is a rather high amount, which is allocated via two channels. The first one is the convergence one, which makes up a major part of our fundings and is dedicated to TV production and 5 genres, so-called underrepresented genres, young and public and children, art, living arts, and another one. And of course, in order to be eligible, they need to have a multi-platform strategy. Of which kind? This might be, for example, distribution via VOD platforms or online circulation of TV programs, which doesn't necessarily give access to new fundings, but you also have programs enabling producers to create content with added value and extended experiences, such as added episodes distributed on the web and so on. So that was the converging fund. Then we have the experimental part, which is an investing fund of $40 million dedicated to digital platforms in order to support interactivity and innovation and to fund games, interactive web documentaries such as Fort McMoney, you saw it, this is funded by our experimental project, mobile applications too, as well as pure technologies without necessarily an application or a content provided, and that has to be focused on cultural and creative industries. I think that we can later on talk about our current initiatives in terms of international co-production for digital media. We are very active in this field, and we will mention this again together with Philip. To conclude, beyond the funding, which is the base, the core of our activities, we have also two main strategic activities. First of all, fostering Canadian creativity. $360 million allocated each year makes up to $1.2 billion for production each year, and all those contents have to be viewed by the audience in Canada and also internationally. We also fund or are very much involved in promoting those projects. The second part is the strategic one, aiming at developing the industry, and industrial intelligence is part of it. My position within this fund consists in watching at market development and the AV industry, not only in our country but also internationally. I will stop here for now, but we may get a little bit deeper into detail later on. We will talk about co-production and project support, valuing the project. I think that we, anyway, will very soon come to the issue of co-production. Philippe, you have a matching fund together with the Canadian fund. Yes, you know, Wallonia is a very broad, big region in Belgium, so we wanted to support this Canada, this country. That was a joke. I'm the head of Wallimage, which is a regional fund working in the south of Belgium, in the French-speaking part of Belgium. This is a very traditional fund that was created 15 years ago in order to support the movie industry. Our model is rather a business model, which means that the returns as well as the structures in the business are the main fields in which we want to be involved. We started working in for cross-media concept 4 years ago. It was a regional development, interestingly enough, because until there, all the developments were bottom-up ones, which means that on the field, a professional pushed us and encouraged us to adapt to new developments. And this program was initiated by the Walloonian government. It's called Creative Wallonia. The government asked us, telling us they would give us funds in order to innovate. It was not about paying for the operational usual expenses. We had to get to something new with that money. So we started getting a look at the various forums and on land and Power to the Pixel, as well as other festivals. And that was really interesting to us, because I think that we started a dynamic which was not necessarily available at the producers level. We see that the core of our activities started with cross-media pictures. We were fostering digital production of movies, which we were funding too as co-producers. So that was interesting to us. This was encompassing social networks and casual gaming and other aspects of the development. It brought results very fast. We had, for example, creations for children, but also on the French networks we could work on literature pieces such as L'écume des jours, and we thought that still it was moving too slowly. So we tried to find 2 elevators. The one was a visit paid to our neighbors in the north of France, Pictanovo. They have this tradition, thanks to their cinema schools at Valenciennes, Supinfocom, and other schools, have led to such a tradition of many people being active in cross-media content. So we got closer to Pictanovo and co-funded their program dedicated to interactive experiences. This hand in hand with our Flemish friend from the Flemish Fund. They are here in the room too. We created a matching fund together with them that is called Cross-Border Interactive Experiences, so you can understand the logic. Each partner brought in 100,000 euros in order to support co-productions from co-producers and service providers from the north of France and Wallonia. And then I also took the opportunity of a travel to Montreal to address the Canadian Media Fund, telling them that we were not that big and not that powerful, but that we might start a matching fund. And in the end, I thought that they said yes. This is what I understood. So I had been very convincing when introducing my case. And this is how it ended. So the first experience was called in Wallonia Transatlantic Media Experience. So we are sponsoring the Transatlantic Transit, meaning deck chair in French. This was a joke. How many projects can you support using those matching funds? We can all answer this question, but the first call was supporting 3 projects, and then when we realized that there was a need for this, we created 2 types, 2 categories. So in those projects in project and the projects in launch. This is a matching fund, which means that each partner brings in 50% of the amount of the fund. The Canadian fund started in 2012 and 2013 with a series of representations and endeavors in order to stimulate international co-production in the digital field. There is no international treaties on co-production, digital co-production, so we wanted to give impetus to this field of activities in order to be in a better position to approach partners. We wanted to encourage our counterparts, our colleagues, our donors at the international level so that they can move forward on their side and invest money in their territories in order to ease those co-production between Canadian and international partners. The Canadian fund has, for the last 2 years, had a fund of $2.5 million dedicated to meeting various partners in order to implement those matching funds. We have such programs together with Wallonia, together with Brazil, the cities of Rio and Sao Paulo, also with New Zealand, Italy, and we are having discussions at the moment together with Mexico and another country. So we have this partnership with Wellimage. We are highly flexible and can experiment on this field. Of course, there are challenges. There is no framework existing, which gives us a high flexibility. The Canadian Fund is a federal organization, but we can work at local level with municipalities or with city governments, even although we are of another dimension. We also work with regional and national donors and funds. And then, last comment, we have 2 projects in development as well as 1 project in production, and we announced the repetition, the second round. So be ready to subscribe to the second round that is open as of now. So we are working with a call for proposals. So if you have partners such as the FMC, Wallimage, and other partners in other countries, please look at their websites and pay attention to the deadlines. We will then very soon stop with our duo, but I'd like to say that one of the awardee of the first call for project is Marc-Henri Manchberg. He's here. He has a beautiful project in development entitled Kinshasa Now. This project is interesting. Why? We also have people from Urbans who are here, but I see Marc-Henri in front of me, so I cannot but mention his name. His project is interesting. Why? Because the plot unfolds in Kinshasa, in Congo, because this is the next question that may be asked. Do the plot or the action has to be in Canada or in Belgium? This is not necessary. You only have to work with the Canadian or Wallonian partners. So Marc-Henri, his movie is situated and located in Africa. We also have our other friends, our small brothers from Brussels, our counterparts from Brussels, who just opened up a budget line dedicated to web series, which might be interesting to mention. Thank you very much. Michel, sorry, Claudia. You will have the floor very soon. Michel, you are project leader for the mobile program, which is supporting not only mobile project, but many other interactive contents. Yes. I'm always a bit embarrassed when I take part in such a debate, because Switzerland is a very small country and we barely started talking about cross-media issues. But although, or maybe thanks to our small size, we have interesting initiatives in our country. I work at the Cultural Foundation, which is one of the 2 main federal support funds to cultural creation, Swiss art councils. My colleagues most of the time work on dance, theater, literature, and music projects, and are not engaged in the movie industry. So this was the way opposite to Wallimage. In the year 2010, we started getting interested in the video game from the artistic point of view. We wanted to have a look at auto video games, which were sort of an excuse for us to say that we had to support video games. Then we realized that there was a high potential and people who were trained in Switzerland in order to tackle this, and we started seeing also very successful independent games. Therefore, we decided to further extend this work of analyzing the interactive creation on the territory. We also looked at augmented books and cross-media. Looking for the body in charge of cinema in Switzerland, you find the Ministry of Culture. We had to convince them so that they accepted to get a look together with us at this industry. We set up a fund, which is not huge, but was a starting point already, together with the Office for Culture and with the Foundation for Lifelong Learning and Cultural Development. So we can support production as up to 100,000 euro and help creators thanks to training programs, workshop, coaching offerings, and an entire set of support measures. We also foster festivals and other events with the aim of generating in Switzerland an ecosystem which would be welcoming and favorable to such content creation. We want also to promote a Swiss project at the international level. Last year, I had one travel. This year, 4 projects, and one of them was just awarded the grand prize. I'm very happy with that. So we start ordering or classifying the projects. We are only at the onset regarding cross-media. In San Francisco, in Cologne, we have partners and creators because you need international distribution in the field of video game. Otherwise, it's not worth even paying the effort. Now we see that we have a high responsibility. Switzerland is not part of Creative Europe, is part since last year. So we take part in co-production in a different way now. We have to bring back home our initiatives, and my organization is commissioned to approach bodies that do not belong to the field of culture or art. We try to catch the interest of startups and international promotion bodies in order to gather them in the field of video game and cross-media and to make them look at those issues. Interestingly enough, in Switzerland, and you probably saw it with our existing project, is that we are strong as regards technology. We have the power to put technology on the market, but regarding narratives and writing skills, we still need to improve, and this is what we are trying to foster. How many projects do you support each year? What is the pace? And what are the criteria to be eligible to Pro Helvetia? We support a very small amount of projects, a dozen, via call for projects. The first funding step is a funding for development in order to support people who are developing ideas. And after that, projects are presented to a jury, which is an international jury, in order to avoid, let's say, so-called internal fights that are very common in Switzerland. Everybody knows anyone. So we try to, let's say, get rid of this kind of mechanism and at the second step, second round, we grant fund to support production. And during those two steps, we offer the project carriers the opportunity to spend time with Swiss and international experts in order to fine-tune their strategy. So as I said, we go the opposite way to Walimage. We start from a very artistic background, traditional, with a rather restricted perception of creation, and we are moving to a more open notion of those projects that are accompanied all along their entire existence. Within the last 3 years, we granted funds to 20 cross-media projects and 20 video game projects. This is my estimation. To conclude this first round of presentation, Claudia, thank you very much for being here. You're going to tell us about the Median Board, which is a funding body in the region of Berlin-Brandenburg. How does it work? Good morning. Thank you very much for inviting me. Median Board is one of many institutions dedicated to media and film projects in Germany, together with the federal base, which is FFA, the General Film Funding Board. This FFA is not supporting new media. Our Median Board was the first one to support media digital projects and video games. This in 2006. The budget initially was rather low and is now a bit higher. Of course, this remains a minor budget compared to those amounts you're mentioning here. Median Board was created 20 years ago as a film board in order to exclusively support the movie industry for 10 years. And then in 2004, it was reshaped and has incorporated a part dedicated to regional development of regional marketing. Those activities come to supplement our activity and also to support companies active in the field of new media. I think that we operate in a similar way to what you just said. We launch call for projects 3 or 4 times a year. Any project can be submitted. For this, you need to submit a business plan. Fundings is a plus, and also good ideas. You need to have good ideas. In the end, we choose and pick up the projects we want to support, taking into account the region, which has a very low industrialization rate. And therefore, in Berlin and around the city, creativity has developed very strongly. We are very talented, I think, in terms of programming and video game development. Regarding cross-media, I see here that there is a high potential, and it was worth looking beyond the national border at what is happening elsewhere. Thank you very much.
Hearing different conferences, I have the opportunity to meet people who work for state services, who are funder providers, and I hear that, for example, FMC has 350,000 euros, and people saying, "Oh, we don't have that much money," but there is no such thing as a small fund. I think all of these initiatives have a role to play. In the Pas-de-Calais, it's the level of funding that we can provide. If it's $100,000, we are starting to break down some barriers. Okay, we might be quite a big fund, and it might be impressive sometimes, but we're all working in the same direction. We're trying to fund this innovative creativity, and I think there, as an administrator of a public fund, we have to allocate these funds responsibly, even for smaller funds. And I think that the size of the fund is not a reason to stop a fund. I think we really have to carry on working. All of these bodies have different means for historical, political reasons or questions of maturity, whatever. I think one common thread that comes out of what you've just said, what all of you have just said, is, and this is something that we heard about monetization and content distribution, which has an importance in international distribution in the broad sense of the term, because by definition, if we don't have this international distribution, we don't want to be locked into a country. Each of you seem to want to encourage a cooperation, co-production, and yet you work with very different structures and mechanisms. I heard, for example, the matching fund in the Walloon region and in Canada. And Katerina, you were saying that there were a number of other matching funders. What's the outcome of all of these schemes? Are there individual requests from producers, or is this something that you launched of your own initiative with a fixed budget? Yeah, well, it's quite unusual, and this answer will allow me to mention something about PXN that we heard earlier on. I think everybody's mentioned a discussion between producers in order to learn from past experience and learn our lessons, and also to better coordinate the needs of an industry which is fundamental for this sector. We have an annual public consultation. We go around 23 cities in Canada in order to systematically meet on a repeatedly. All producers and producer associations have played an important role in Canada in that respect. Because, yes, there is a political will, but I think above and beyond everything else, it's the industry itself who has this voice which can be heard via these associations who are there to voice needs of the sector. And I think it's really important to have mechanisms that can tap into these voices, that can then be passed on to politicians and decision makers to develop policy. Now, let me talk about the strategical monitoring body. We watch market developments, we look at major trends, we look at the direction it's taken. I think we're all aware of the globalization of content, the fact that borders are disappearing, and the border-crossing activity that comes with internet. And I think that the next phases and the next paradigm will be based on international cooperation and co-production. This isn't one thing that is surprising is that we haven't had a Walloon or a Canadian producer who have come along with Mexican producers or even Dutch producers. So our idea simply comes from our understanding of the changing environment. And in my department, we're experimenting with new methods in order to tap into new fields and new practices. And I think this is how matching funds were launched. And to our great surprise, we had a massive buy-in to this initiative. Sometimes the requests come from the grassroots, bottom from the top. Sometimes there are incentive mechanisms, stimulation initiatives to encourage a co-production, and we had a number of bids after the call for co-production. We had 34 applications with New Zealand and Canada, including New Zealand and Canada. You can just imagine they're at opposite ends of the world. 34 Canadian and New Zealand teams who had found the means to work together. Now, I must say that we do a lot of work in the field for that, because we do a lot of awareness raising at different events. We talk to partners, and we do try to drum up this interest, and we do encourage and we do a lot of work in creating the links between Canada and partner countries. There's still work to be done, but I think there is a role to be played, like for associations like ours, in order to do the groundwork. Philip, on the other side of the partnership relationship, what's the outcome of your work? Do you think you're taking the right approach? Is it the right mix? Sort of a general approach on the one hand, and perhaps other approaches that tie into other countries. Well, that is the approach that we're taking. We're going to have a specific earmark budget for the Walloon region, because not everything is based on co-production. We have recently, with Pictonova, created a cross-border budget and a transatlantic budget. Maybe we will set up others as well. I think everything is possible. Doing something with France, now that would be wild. Catalina has just offered me a threesome. Well, that's quite an interesting proposition, whatever. That's knocked me off course there. Okay, well, we're very happy, not necessarily unsettled. We're very happy with the outcome of our work so far. We've been discovering many things. We're discovering new people. We've discovered partners in the Nord-Pas-de-Calais in Canada, and we're also discovering people in our own Walloon region, which is, I think, of great interest. After a decade and a half of experience, I think we've identified pretty much all our cinema partners. We know them on a first-name basis. But in this new field, for example, one of the companies that works on L'Oréal projects, Urbans, it's a Sign Cactus. It's a gaming company, and they really are very clever. I discovered them at a Power to Pixel conference in London, whereas they're only about 800 meters away from our offices in Mons, in Belgium. But we work in sort of silos. And therefore, it was really an eye-opener. It's like opening the window and you create a draft which allows this sort of cross-pollination. I think another key input, and I think it's the same in France, people in cinema, there's a sort of an artistic thread. They have something to say, and they have a message that they want to get across to their peers. Whereas young people with gaming, they're focused on their audience. Because if they don't have a community of followers, then they basically don't exist. And a number of the meetings that we organize between people in cinema and people in internet and gaming, these encounters were really a bit of a culture shock, because you've got a director saying, this is what I wanted to say in my film, it's an important message for me, it's an emotional experience, it comes from a childhood trauma, and then the young kids who are just coming out and saying, yeah, okay, that's all very well and good, but it's boring. Nobody's interesting. It's not interesting. And then we have to sort of intervene and say, you're not supposed to say that to the man. Okay, thank you. At the CNC, Pauline, there's no matching fund, or it's not your strategy, or it doesn't seem to be part of your package. Just now we were talking about Do Not Track. It was featured quite at length at Cross Video Days yesterday, and they benefited from the CNC fund. Now, what difficulties was this project confronted with, or what kind of difficulties are this kind of project confronted with, and what do you do to support them? Yes, Do Not Track is an example of a major co-production with Canada in this instance, and where strong ties are created over time. Now, one of the reasons we haven't taken the option of creating a fund, as you mentioned, it's simply that we don't have as much autonomy as Walimage or the CNC, because international co-production at the CNC is managed by international funds that were first set up in the cinematographic industry and then in the AV sector. These funds, therefore, are subject to state agreements and treaties. We report to the Ministry of Culture on these issues. The real stakes at play over the next few years is to adapt these treaties and agreements for the digital world. That requires quite a clear framework. We need to be clear about what we are talking about when we're talking about transmedia and the digital industry, because at the moment we don't have very clear economic boundaries. It's we're working on moving sands, and so are video games. So are we going to have co-production agreements for games? For the moment, it's not a question that we're discussing, and I'm glad we're not discussing it today because it's a bit of a can of worms. So any move in that direction would require work on the legal framework that is quite onerous work, time-consuming. And I think what lies behind all of this, the issues at stake, is for cinema and TV. Obviously, we don't want to keep the digital industry apart. It has to gradually fit into this landscape. And therefore, we have to remain open-minded. Now, obviously, that doesn't necessarily impact negatively any international co-production. There are a few rules within the CNC, which means that we can support, for example, Apocalypse in the First World War, for example. There are two options available. You have transmedia and digital work, which is funded by the selective fund or selective assistance. And in this case, the rules that apply are very simple and make sure that we fund majority French or projects that are majority French participation. And then there's selective assistance, where over 50% of the spending is going to be done in France. Now, we're not talking about funding per se. We can fund projects which have been funded mainly by international funds or overseas funds. Then it's not a problem. Then the only criteria is that 50% of the spending has to be in France or on French territory. When we're talking about the whole of the project, the whole of the project doesn't have to necessarily be funded by France. That's quite an important point, because each country has its spending rules, i.e. what share of the budget should be spent where and on what. We have the same rule for Canada, but only for the Canadian part of the project, which offers more flexibility. You're saying that 50% of the whole budget has to be in France, even if France is not funding half of the project, the whole project, rather. We have the selection committee, and we work on co-production with the ONF. This works on an international scale as well. And in fact, we work with Canada as well. We also work with Arte, and there are partnerships there with Germany. So internationalization of a production from an editorial point of view, because it was mentioned earlier on, and I think one of the first questions that we should ask ourselves when we are launching into international project, which is full of hurdles, is to make sure that it makes editorial sense and that the contribution is going to be useful. an illustration that I could use, for example, Apocalypse and First World War, which is produced by CCMC in France and in co-production with IKEA.com in Canada, Josette Normando. His project is different. It's a work that's supported by the automatic assistance system. And this aid is more flexible in terms of territorial spending, but there are other rules, because obviously we need to have rules. So, for example, you're Canadian, you're Belgian or Belgian and Switzerland, and you're making a co-production with a French company that has a CNC automatic account. It can be a Swiss, German, Canadian co-production of majority share. And in that case, 30% of the French participation in funding and a minimum of 24% of that fund has to be spent in France. So it's slightly more flexible. However, there is a counter. There is another element to that. The project has to be a European work. So there are a whole list of categories of European works. For example, it was in one of those categories that Apocalypse was fitted, saying how many people have to take part in the creation, the production, the direction team who have to be of European or French nationality. And the project, having met all of these criteria, was able to overcome the administrative red tape for that, and I'm aware that it is red tape. I see. The legal framework sometimes can be a considerable hurdle, and then there are spending thresholds. Okay, at the Raiden board, a certain amount of the overall fund has to be spent in Berlin. But what is your view on that, or what is the situation there? We are very open. Our legal framework gives us the freedom to enter into international co-productions. I think it's the same with territoriality as well. We fund up to 50% of an overall budget for a project. However, the fund allocated has to be entirely spent in the region offering the funding. One obstacle is that projects that we offer support to, or small projects that we offer support to, in relation to the budgets that are used for shooting a film. I don't know what your experience is on this, but in our case, if the fund is a split between co-producers, very often we're looking at projects who have a programmer who's based in Berlin. And this is a problem in Germany where you've got two regions. And then the question that arises then is, what do you fund? Should the programmer based in Berlin be funded? Or, now it might seem like a silly question, but it's something that has to be thought about. Do you fund the company which is located elsewhere? Obviously, we, as a regional fund, want to support companies who can develop and reinvest in a next project. There are a whole series of things that have to be thought about, but that weaken the system in a way and make this funding difficult. But theoretically, many things are possible with this system. Michel, in the same way, you don't have a matching fund, but you did mention something that was of particular interest, which is organizing the campaigns to raise awareness about our work, such as conferences like this, in order to stimulate creativity and build bridges between Switzerland and other countries. What feedback have you had on this kind of cooperation? Yeah, it's very common in the video game sector. You have a lot of international fora for video games. Our purpose is in organizing these kinds of delegations is to meet with the producers and the national industry in order to identify publishers in this sector, because that's one of the problems for Swiss creators, or creators anywhere actually, is to find the right distributor and promoter. Also to identify investors. Now, these schemes have an influence which is difficult to monitor exhaustively or measure exactly. For example, somebody might have found a publisher, but then we enter into a long phase of work, and we've only been active in this field for 2 or 3 years. And yet it's very obvious each Swiss franc invested in this kind of scheme will be profitable. And then in the field of transmedia, well, the situation is very different. There we're looking more at selection mechanisms. We try to maintain good relations with producers. We are trying to maintain the quality of Swiss productions, but it's not the same structure. Okay, what about our other panelists then? Does this kind of plan exist, i.e. to help producers from different countries meet? I know that in Canada, your media lab is there to assist the producers maybe from different countries to spend time together in order to work together. In fact, Alicia is continuing to develop their L'Oréal project. Are you seeking to encourage this kind of event in order to foster this networking activity and forge ties between players such as producers and content creators? Why me? I suppose it's a natural choice because Belgium is a little bit the oddball. We are a kingdom. We have a king. We have princes and princesses. And because we need to keep our princes and princesses busy, they have economic assignments. So let's talk about what we want to talk about. We're talking about economic princely assignments in next October, and we're going to try and identify as many transmedia producers and creators as possible so that they can meet with our Canadian cousins. Skype's all very well and good, but it's not very practical, especially for threesomes. Well, we've got kings and princes as well, but it just costs money, that's all. And we don't operate in the same way. We set up partnerships, event partnerships. So, for example, we talked about emergence. FMC is a sponsor for that. But I think that's part of normal sponsorship in terms of communication, i.e. the amounts that are invested in events is in exchange for strategic communication objectives and tied to the funds as strategic objectives. So I was saying we have strategic partnerships, and there's also research cooperation and monitoring. Next week, for example, we're going to be publishing the second guide for international co-production for digital producers. A first manual was published last year and covered a number of European countries, where by interviewing producers, Canadian producers, but also international producers like Anna, for example, with Josette Normando, who was talking to us about their apocalypse experience. We're trying to use producer experiences using studies and producing white papers. And by doing this, we're trying to set out exemplary conduct. The emerging experience is a way for us to share, or we use this to share. I'd like to point out, in the first edition of the guide, which is still available, if you do FMC monitoring, VEI, you'll get to the old website, which has all of these research papers. But if you look at the research section, which is for digital media international co-production, there was a passage which talks about international co-production in the digital world. And one of the comments was we should move beyond traditional models whereby we end up with a pro rata or a half-half share of tasks, of funding, etc., etc. So these are very traditional models, but in the digital media, other cooperation is possible. I'm thinking of Fort McMoney. Fort McMoney is a production in association with France and Canada, and yet the producer is independent. And from what I understand, there was no independent French producer. There was only an independent producer in Canada. So this produced a rather unusual cooperation configuration. And so we have this mechanism for dealing with international partnerships without it having to go via two independent producers. So in this case, it was a co-production, but between a distributor and a producer. And there are other examples where other types of partnership exist with different distribution of roles and responsibilities. So, for example, might be 100% responsible for content and the other 100% responsible for the technological developments. And then there may be IP, but it's only in relation to those two aspects. And therefore, the two parties fund each other. And if you're responsible for the final content, then you can see that in the guide there are 4 or 5 scenarios for international cooperation. But I should point out that this whole area of work is still very early, is still very open. There are obstacles to overcome, but indeed it might be time to look at new models for cooperation.
I'd like to add one comment. Mentioning an initiative launched last year that hasn't come to an end now because it is still in progress. This is a very minor, very small initiative. During travel of a delegation from Berlin to New York, we found it might be interesting to share perspectives between young project developers and get the opportunity to have a look at how things work in the other country. So together with the various German institutions, we set up a program also together with the New York Media Center, who detached for the first time 3 young persons from New York to Berlin and the other way around, 3 Berliners to New York. So those from New York are still in Berlin at our place, and they took part in our media convention conference, which is held once a year. And they could have a look at our practice, the way we work, how do we relate to each other. And conversely, the Berliners went there, and we are eager to see what they bring back from their travels. Were those project carriers, or was that rather an educational project aiming at building their skills? That was a Confer project, and I don't know exactly anymore. I don't remember the exact figure. I'm afraid I mixed it in with another initiative, but we got many applications, and we shortlisted three candidates in Berlin and three in New York. You can reflect upon this kind of initiative that fosters the circulation of pieces of work. Second question. While preparing this panel, we noticed that the CNC was increasingly and ever willing to support the access to the funds. Both questions are very much related one to the other. How do we foster cultural exchanging and the sharing of working methods in terms of writings, for example? In my view, these are all very interesting initiatives. The Emergent Fund is a part of it, and I cannot mention a similar example in France, but I think we should engage in such a mechanism of a laboratory with an international touch. Answering the second question, I noticed that due to the lack of French presence, or the fact that France doesn't have this kind of initiatives, many authors and producers go overseas and look at the Emergence Lab or Sundance Laboratory to try and spend 1 week in Robert Redford's ranch, because we are looking at Sundance's statement on those topics too. We wanted to be the one launching a new development. Last year, we had the impression that our fund had developed so that writers and designers had the feeling that they first needed to work with a producer before even being entitled to submit a project to us at CNC. And I said it various times already. We think that granting direct support to authors that are lonely, that do not have the work in collaboration with production body is important. This is what we have been explaining yesterday during our workshop. You can submit a request or an application even if you don't have a production company yet. So we want to be present at all points in the chain. I will ask the other participants in the panel. Authors' access to your support mechanisms. What about this? Not for us. I would like to extend on what Pauline commented. As donors, we need to also adapt to our limitations and our legal frameworks. We have millions of dollars, but our hands are bound behind our back. We need to take into account all those restrictions, and therefore it's important to work in collaboration with people on the ground, on the field, in order to pass on the information and express their needs. We are looking for a certain form of flexibility in order to address to our decision makers, because they come up with a set of requirements and constraints, and we see that the CNC, for example, is leading actions which we cannot repeat here. For example, diversifying the kind of beneficiaries to the fund. Sometimes we have as a sole agent to start the funding of a project the TV broadcaster, and this is one of our limitations. We are trying to diversify our targets, and even broadcasters who are using ODT platform and VOD platform cannot use our funds to start programs, they need to get for this a licensing from the TV broadcaster. This is a very heavy restriction. We're trying to gain flexibility here. The other aspect is that at the moment we can only grant fundings to companies, and I heard what David Dufresne said this morning, and he was questioning the role of the authors, saying that authors are very often the only project carrier during the development phase. They take the risks. How could that be that our bodies make it compulsory for authors to get a structure, to use a company? We recognize, we acknowledge their needs, we have the will, but we are stuck between various rules and limitations. So we try to do the most of what we have. And we would like to gain increased flexibility in order to be in a position to support, to directly grant support to authors. David Dufresne, I know you're not in the room anymore, but if you're listening to me, please. We are flexible. I am a very flexible person, you can see that. Earlier on, I heard you, Pauline, when the picture was created, when Wallimage was created, we were Belgian PLC, limited company. And of course, this means that we are accountable. At the end of the year, we need to provide a balance sheet. But we adapt to our partners. When working together with the Canadian fund, we adapt to their rules. When we work with the north of France, we don't mention producers as the person in charge of the application, but we name them as a full or partial right holder over the intellectual property. Of course, these are selective funds, and we remain cautious, but we wanted, since we can redo it, we wanted to be open to other types of beneficiaries, for example, service providers who may hold the rights on the IP. So if you want to work together with Canada or with France, please come and address us first. Talk to us first. If I understood the question, it was about whether we can or not allocate fundings to various kinds of persons. Right. Similar to you, we fund projects, but we always have to work via the channel of companies. Plus, you need to be registered in Germany, not necessarily in the Berlin or Brandenburg area, but you need to have a German company, yeah, German structure. Michel? Similar to Belgium, we support projects that may be carried by authors, producers, studios, or even institutions. We still have 15 minutes, 10 minutes. We'll listen to questions from the audience, but you need criteria to make decisions. And your view, if you had to keep only one criteria to judge upon an application, what would that be? This is a difficult question, very difficult. Well, this is to us a combination of criteria, a mix of criteria. We want project with high quality writings, experimental dimension, and market perspectives. We cannot entirely put aside the one or the other of those three criteria. Same for us. We try to bring together video game and auto movie cinema. Quality, the main quality asset of a project is what it tells you. It's a story world and it's writing qualities, screenwritings, which of course doesn't exclude interactive tools such as video game. And this project may also have a marketed component. The direct relationship to the audience is a very strong component of those projects. During production, CNC funds are very much open to writing and development phases. There is no requirement of a pre-funding. The writing and editorial assets have priority, but we try also to pay attention to the economic business models. We do not want to support, to promote projects in an artificial way, which would lead to a bubble or assistance, full assistance of the public fund. And this is the reason why we're taking into account editors, but the author is the first criteria to us. Thank you. I fully agree on what you just said. We have a set of criteria. The first one, unavoidable one, is the quality of the story. We grant support to contents. We promote those contents related to AV. They have to be innovative, and we constantly keep a look at the business model that lays behind. For transmedia projects, this is rather difficult. These are genuine challenges, and without the story, you won't get the funding. So the first and main criteria would be the story. Regarding the cross-media dimension, we are looking at the wow effect. We want to be surprised. If it's an entirely new story, we will be amazed. If it's a new technology, we will be amazed. And if the producer tells us we're going to earn a lot of money with that project, we are amazed too and say, whoa, this doesn't happen very frequently, but this is our position. How can I answer this question? There are so many patterns and so many modern. Of course, content is also our priority, similar to Claudia. We need a good story. But looking at our programs, there are a few common features. First, we say that this is the marriage between industry and culture. We want to foster diversity and voices and expressions. We want to have a heterogeneous content, diversity, as it is the case in our country. We are also derived from the industry of distributors and satellite distributors. And therefore, our contents need to find a market. So this balance between, on the one hand, the quality of expression, genuinely Canadian and creative and cultural, on the one hand, and on the other hand, the fact that they hit the market, which echoes our will to support Canadian companies to find their place on the digital market, and of course the form. Multi-platform is an unavoidable component and criteria, and we hope that we will be even more neutral as regards the platform. We'll still have time for a few questions. I would like to very briefly say that I'm very happy to listen to a French-speaking debate, even with speakers that are not native French speakers. Do you have questions? My question was not related to the topic.
I find listening to all of your stories fascinating. Content, part of content is creation, and the other part is distribution. So I haven't heard a word about ultimate distribution with the Netflixes and the people that are making most of the money in terms of taking the content and distributing it. And I haven't heard the word disruption. So in terms of your countries wanting to participate, you talk about digital media and transmedia, but you're talking about barriers to disruption. Does anyone have 25% of their budget to do disruptive things that could be experimental and many of them fail? I mean, I'm just trying to figure out, because you're doing wonderful things in creating media, but there's a whole bunch of things going on. I just read just now that David Jones, former CEO of Havas, raised $350 million yesterday as a startup to form a new agency to connect brands with technology. So as all of these exciting things are going on in the world, I'd love to understand how you view participating in these things.
Well, just as I alluded when I started, can I answer in English? Or I'm going to answer you in English since you asked the question in English. So we have a $40 million experimental fund, which is literally more than, it's around 10% of our budget. And that fund is totally dedicated to innovation, including enabling technologies that we finance but that are directed to a creative or cultural market, to the media market in general. So, and obviously the question then is, how do you transfer that innovation to mainstream television, which is literally the other part of our job, which is finance multi-platform content creation. So that has been a lot of efforts in doing that transfer between the experimental, what is financed through the experimental stream, to the other, kind of mainstreams. So that's one of the things we do. The other thing we do is, and we've been discussing a lot about this, is stop working in silos. Canada has huge challenges regarding everything you just mentioned. Why? Because we're just sitting beside the biggest giant and one of the biggest disruptor and all of these American platforms that are taking over literally the global market in terms of digital distribution. And so, for instance, 40%, the market share of Netflix in Canada sits at 40%. 40% of Canadians subscribe to Netflix. So it's huge. So we're absolutely aware that we're part of that ecosystem and that we now have to thrive, in these Canadian contents needs to find their place in this hyper-abundant and almost unlimited and mainly American-dominated multi-platform and multi-distribution world. So we're absolutely aware of that, but again, and I think we talked about it, is finding that balance between just leaving the market, doing its thing, and then trying to work also with the regulatory and cultural not barriers, but actually the safeguards that we want to keep in order to keep that diversity and cultural exception that I think all national industries are concerned, about it. So I don't know if it answers your question, but for sure, we're in a very complex environment, and there's a lot of things. We need to develop adaptitude.
Je vais dire un mot en français, mais alors ça n'a rien à voir.
I will talk in French. Talking about distribution, it depends on the context. Working at a foundation that's used to granting funds to visual arts and literature, to them, granting funds to video games is absolutely a novelty, is absolutely disruptive. But I try to push my partners towards some more mainstream, although the initial product is not mainstream. So those concepts of mainstream and also breakdown are relative concepts depending on your point of view. Thank you very much. Do we have another question from the audience? No project, no need for information. Well, we are reaching the end of our session. We now have time to take a breath and to get a drink. And we have this hug time, which is foreseen for those French-speaking among us. This means that you are hugging each other. Thank you very much. We thank you, Benjamin, Catalina, Philippe. Thank to all of you for being part of this tremendous experience. We are now reaching the end of the event, the end of the 6th cross-video days. One last word before everybody leaves the room. Please stay with us for a few seconds more. In the last 6 years organizing this event, I have to say this year is the first time that I have the feeling of being surrounded by a family of cross-video days who want to do things together. This is pleasant, this is highly satisfactory, and this shows how mature our market is. Producers, creators, new persons come to us each year, but we also have well-known and recognized characters and persons present here. We thank Magnum. Thank you very much for your support. Thank you, Multicam, the Doc Tout Terrain. We can applaud. Histoire de Sens. Thank you for your very delicious hot dogs. And please welcome on stage with me together those who made this event possible. They created it, they organized it, and they've been working on it in the last month. Ellie, Jennifer, Ruta, in charge of the content market. Please, ladies, congratulations. Well done. Thank you very much. Perle, Stéphanie, Kevin, Eddie, production team, please join us on stage. Thank you. Thank you very much, gentlemen. Perle, we thank you. Africa is with you. I would like to thank Benjamin too. Thank you very much for your wonderful moderation and organizing the conferences. Christophe, Sabine, thank you for your input, experience, and patient contribution. Sabine, please come on stage if you want. This is a small team, but we were very pleased to welcome you here over those 2 days, and we hope to see many of you next year together with us to further celebrate digital creation and all those projects we're trying to do during the entire year. Thank you, Bruno Smadja, for believing in this event and being passionate in it each year. And I would like to add a last word. Next week, we launched the 11th Mobile Film Festival that has been existing for 10 years, which is a short festival, mobile short, 1 minute, one movie, one smartphone. The international topic this year is Act on Climate Change. Subscription is to be closed in December in Paris during the COP21. We are partners with DOTSA, BNP Paribas, our traditional partner, as well as the United Nations, who support us to this event. So please remain connected via Twitter and Facebook. We'll keep you posted. Bye. Thank you very much.